chat. What up? What up? What up? Appreciate everybody coming out for this Talk Shit Tuesday. 6143, what up, Hunt? My man, Devil M. Desmond in the house. What up, fam? Yo, C-Rich. My man, Michael. Good. What up, fam? My man, Dreadlock. What up, fam? Yo. My homie, Rubber City representing. What up, fam? My man, that Farm Ray in the house. What up, fam? Yo, Frank. What up, fam? Yo, two styles. Kennels in the house. What up, fam? Self-made Kennels in the house representing. What up, fam? My man Russell Shaw in the house. What up, fam? Yo, Mike Lee. I see you, fam. My man's in them. Outlaw, Texas Kennels in the house. What up, fam? Representing Texas. The one and only Eli Monster in the house. What up, fam? Yo, Ron King. I see you, fam. My man Larry Wallace in the house. What up, fam? TCB TV representing the Shark Tank. What up, fam? My man Bernard Briquette in the house. What up, Bernard? My man William McNeil in the house. What up, Will? My man GR.CH Kennels, welcome back to the show, fam. Pick up that hardware, fam. Shout out to my man Wild Mind Goose Kennels in the house. What up, fam? My man JT American Pitbull Terry in the house. What up, fam? Yo, Solo but connected Kennels in the house. What up, fam? My man Tom Collier in the house. What up, fam? The one and only longtime supporter, my man Dickie Foster in the house, coming in, kicking the door down with the two-piece. With a big shout out to the GHK in the chat. What up, fam? Yo, Memphis Nick, I see you, fam. My man, Uncle Woody's Kennel in the house, representing. What up, fam? Yo, my man Warren Bennett in the house. What up, fam? Yo, Preemie FSK. What up, fam? My man, you're rock so rock in the house. What up, fam? My man, James Jones in the house. What up, fam? Kennels representing with a fam. Yo, money. What up, fam? Y'all don't forget to hit them like buttons on your way in. Don't forget to hit them like buttons on your way in. To all my supporters out there, just sitting back, they ain't hanging out in the Shark Tank, but you just gonna sit back, at least participate in the poll. Don't forget to hit that like button. Appreciate the love on this Talk Shit Tuesday. Hey, y'all don't forget to participate in that poll, you know. And that A supposed to be 1.5. I was moving too fast, y'all forgive me, but that's supposed to be like 1.5 in there when you see that 1/12. I'm my butt. Y'all forgive me. I'm gonna blame that on my eyesight. Oh, that's the best way to deal with that. You know what I'm saying? Like, twin, what the hell is twin doing? You know, that's what you call not paying the damn attention, not checking my work. I'm entitled to that sometimes, fellas. Forgive me. But don't get it twisted. Y'all know what that means. Shit. Big shout out to my man, Styles. My man Styles, you gotta give a big shout out. My man, he ain't here, but he here. You know what I'm saying? He letting me know I'll be there. I'll be there. That's what you call a trooper. Trooper ain't trying to miss nothing. Big shout out to my man, Styles. What up, fam? Daddy duties in, that's a trooper. there. I don't care if it's 99 cents, man. It's the fact that you're showing the love is always going to be appreciated. That's from my heart, man. I got big love for people who do that, man. For real, for real. My man, I see you, fam. My man, live life real in the house. What up, fam? Yo, green teams in the house. What up, fam? Man, if I could collect $1 for some of the comments to be in the Shark Tank, man, I'd be rich. Might get people to pay for seeing what was going on in the Shark Tank. I'm telling you, I'd be rich. Shark Tank represent. Shark Tank represent. Live life real, I see you, fam. What's up, fam? Shit Tuesday. What's up, fellas? What up, what up? Appreciate everybody showing up tonight. Appreciate everybody showing up. And it's a Tuesday night, you know what I'm saying? I really appreciate that, you know what I mean? But you know what, fellas? Before we get started, I wanted to just take this time to just go ahead and thank everybody, as far as especially the Shark Tank, because the last 3 shows, I make it a point that we always go by, and see what's going on in the chat. In that chat, man, I don't understand. If people were sitting back just watching just the show and listening to what people are saying and not paying attention to what's going on in the chat, in the Shark Tank, they're missing so much, man. Because, man, look, I think because the numbers have changed, I always look at the numbers compared to what the show's about and the interaction in the Shark Tank. And the numbers is working hand in hand, because I know a lot of people pay attention on what's going on in the Shark Tank. And I love it because when I go back through it and I watch the show and I coincide what I'm seeing in the Shark Tank, man, that's the reason why I feel like the Shark Tank should always be a brand that makes up this show. Because it is one hell of a damn show, man. But it be some shit going on in the damn Shark Tank, man. I'm telling you, it go to show you just how much knowledge is back there. And then again, when I got people to call and be like, talking about things that was going on in the Shark Tank, and somebody said this and somebody said that, and that's information that I know the people, they ain't just sitting there listening to the show. They paying attention to what's going on in the Shark Tank. That's why I be repping the Shark Tank like I do, because, man, I always felt like, I didn't see where you have to pay, to get questions across. So that's why it's so important that we try to bring Shark Tank into what we're doing in the show, and I watch it. I can't catch everything because it's always moving. You know what I mean? There's so much knowledge in there, and it's always moving. And then I'm paying attention to the other things, and I miss so much. But when I get totally away from what I was doing on that day and get a chance to go back and just check out the show and then follow that damn Shark Tank, man, it is one of the, I'd be proud of y'all. I'd be proud of myself. Because they deserve to be what it is. It's a Shark Tank. Ain't nobody else out there handling that chat like that. I hate even calling it the chat. You know what I mean? I find myself even correcting people when they be talking about this chat. No, it's not the chat. That is the Shark Tank. Everything that goes on in there is the Shark Tank when it's when it's associated with this show. You don't see all that blue. You don't see all that hardware. You don't see them bull sharks clowning. That's what it looked like when they up in there representing the American Pit Bull Terrier fraternity. So I thought I needed to get that out my system, you know what I mean? Because, I've been actually following it the last 3 shows, and I know they've been like kind of wild. You know what I mean? But again, I guess that's what brings the views up. It don't be a whole bunch of BS going on, and ain't a whole bunch of controversy going on. It's just a whole bunch of knowledge of people having their own opinion, everybody treating each other like they're supposed to. You know what I'm saying? And that is what makes people watch, and that's what makes people come and want to be a part of it. And that was the whole ideal. You know what I mean? That's why it's important is y'all keep representing, keep hitting them like buttons. Y'all keep doing what y'all doing with your opinions and everything. That's the whole thing about that blue. Ain't nobody got to be worried about nothing. They say what they want to say. They feel what they want to feel. And we handle our own business inside our own tank. And that's what's going on. I wanted to give a special shout out to the Shark Tank to let you know, hey, man, at some point in time, you need to get that recognition. Because, again, the show would be nothing without the Shark Tank. You know, and I'm gonna be branding it up, t-shirts strictly for nothing but Shark Tank representatives, Shark Tank people, everybody gonna be walking around with Shark Tank all over the damn place if I can help it. Gonna be like a damn Nike sign, you know what I'm saying? When they say GHK, they're gonna say Shark Tank right off the back. GHK and the Shark Tank. That's how we represent. I've never done it without y'all, and I need y'all to keep doing what you're doing and keep representing hard, because guess what, fellas? It pays off. And it's looking good. I want you to know from my heart, I appreciate it. So while we talking, don't y'all forget to hit them like buttons. And don't forget to participate in that poll, because that's a big thing going on right now. So the poll gives us a big idea of where everybody head at, you know, as far as we know we're always talking about in the past, but you know, there's a lot of people out there who don't know certain things that, you know, you can add these things that you see in the poll and get a better idea of how people thinking about reasons why they vote. Because again, if you're paying attention to the show and you're watching what's going on in the Shark Tank, there are people actually expressing why they vote the way they vote. And they got some damn good comments, damn good opinions. And if I can catch some of them, I try to address them right here live on the show. So that's a big plus and why it's important to participate in the poll. And then when you get a chance, stand behind why you voted, because they work hand in hand. They actually make for a great show. And it's definitely showing, you know, it's showing its true colors, because again, look at our numbers. On the average, fellas, we doing 2K on the average per show. Come on, man, what more can a person ask, you know? It's a American Pitbull channel, come on. For us, I take that to be a pleasure, because again, all we talk about over here is bulldogs. Y'all know what I'm saying? That's all we talk about. So we gonna ride out. Y'all keep doing what y'all doing. Hey Mo, you ready to get on this, man? Yeah. Let me see what I got going on over here. I got my man Harry Hayes in the house. My man Prentice Car representing. What up, fam? I see you, Soul Power, aka Gamed Up Kennels in the house. What up, fam? My man Joshua Hurst in the house. Yo, Future Kennels, what up, fam? I mean, I be trying to give my love to all my peeps, you know what I mean? Like, you know, because you fall in the room. I'll be trying to run that 30 minutes, come in at 8 o'clock. You know, thing that the time clock 8:30, this bad boy gonna be on and popping. So y'all know how we roll. So again, I try to represent everybody before we get started, because again, there's still gonna be some people coming in. I really like to represent everybody. Then once the show gets started, that's kind of like hard to do. But then you'll notice toward the end, I go back up the list and try to catch all my peeps, because again, anytime I say that blue and it ain't being recognized, it's gonna get recognized every chance I get, bam. So we just gonna keep it rolling. Y'all know what the show about tonight. We're going back in time. Now we always talking about these bulldogs, but we never really talk about the bulldogs in the hunt. You know, well, everybody's journey got a story. Like we got stories like the Radar Martell, a great one. I thought Queen was a good one. I've seen a couple good ones. You know what I'm saying? That we had to write it down and tell the story of what was going on, like back in the journal. I mean, they got detail by detail. They kind of like put you right there. Fat Bill's book, and we're gonna be in the Fat Bill's book tonight, because we're gonna Fat Bill told a more detailed story concerning what the journal did. That's why I loved it about his. books was more detailed. It almost put you like you was right there. And we're going to go through some of the great ones that you talk about today. Those who don't have Fat Bill's books, you need to get them if you still got them available, because it's got a lot of stories on them. We're just going to be dipping and dabbing on a couple of the good ones that, led up to why we be talking about, they're the great ones. Going to be dealing with and then the poll. The poll that's a conversation in itself, because as we go through some of these stories, you're going to, they really start at what led up to and how they were choosing and how you had to come up or come down to get to make that hunt happen. And these is old professional dog men. You know what I mean? And some of them wanted it so bad that they was at a disadvantage, and sometimes it worked and sometimes it didn't. But having that discussion gives you a better idea of how important that pre-keep is and knowing your animal. Because again, would you rather come up 5 pounds or would you rather come down 2 pounds? We're going to be discussing a situation that happened with 2 great dogs, and guess what? We're going to talk about what happened, what it led up to, and then you weigh the situation. Was it really smart to try to come up 5 just to get it on? We're going to find the results of that. So I'm going to turn this over to Mo, and y'all just keep doing that voting. Don't forget, hit them like buttons, super chats, super sticker buttons have been activated. Thank you. City Boy Kennels in the house. What up, fam? We do have a Cash App, y'all. That Cash App, it kind of takes care of me over here. So y'all gonna look into those sticker on the bottom there. You got the Cash App. Cash App helps take care of other things, y'all, that we're trying to do out here, especially me. Y'all super chats and good stuff. Takes care of the studio and my productions. Hey, what's up, y'all? Y'all for coming out on Tuesday. Let's see. It's Talk Shit Tuesday. Let's see what the poll's saying. Me personally, I just think it's kind of futile to do it because it never works out right. Most of the time when I see it happen, I think it's all bad decisions. Sometimes we get so hungry trying to do stuff, I've done some too now. As far as giving weight. One guy came, he was 7 pounds overweight. 7 pounds. I still did. But the point was, what was I doing anyway? Well, I should have took the forfeit home. But you know how I get. Be glad for all that work. Say what they have to make. But it's not good decision making. Worked for Victor is the stuff that he went through to get a match with Cody, I mean, me personally, what was the big deal? I wouldn't have went through no loops, going through all that, just to get, get that match, that fighter get what he do. So all odds hit it and he won. Ass spot. I think when you go reaching like that, you gotta watch who you reaching with. Okay, y'all grab your bags, the doggies together. Just jump on the bus back to the pass, so we can get back there. First stop, the box. Okay, everybody join in. Take this seat back. So when I start talking, this is all for the entertainment purposes. You know what I'm saying? It's not intended for any legal purposes, but we want to go in and look into some scenarios. Okay, and let's kind of inject ourselves in the scenario. Okay, here's a good scenario. Okay, you got a one-time winner. Okay, and I have a two-time winner with champions. My two-time winner is basically playing in a realm that, he is not the same level as his 2 wins to your 1 win. What's the difference between the two? One fact is, say, suppose I won 2, but I won 2, pretty easily based on who I went into. Not saying that you pick and choose because you never know. You know what I'm saying? You never know. But once it's over with, then you know the deal. You won it, and okay, did it look like you worked hard? No, okay, then the competition wasn't really there. That's the point, not the fact that, before it happened. It's always a measure after it happened, okay? Because you never know who's standing on the other side of the corner. You can get whooped by whoever any given day. But let's just suppose, we still have those numbers of that gambler. A gambler, he plays by his numbers and how he gambles. What if he's one of them kind of gamblers? He picks and chooses his matches, and he's really not really a fast lane hunter, but he's a gambler's hunter. He's one of them hunters that got a crew that got money. They probably all got some money. You know what I'm saying? And what they do is they go around and they catch these young ones with their pocketfuls of money, and they try to get those kind of things hooked up. It's all about the money. You catch a young boy with a bunch of money and some dogs, and you might, that's a sweet spot right there. You know what I'm saying? I've seen it, as in the early days, like when Let 'Em Go, Guster Boys, Gator Boys, all them boys, when they first got in, they had to go through their bumps and bruises, but they have money, and money don't get you into the fast lane, not the way you think it do. You know what I'm saying? You get in there and you lose a chunk of money before you start getting it when you come in there with a bunch of money and not the right dog. So they found their way having a lot of growing pains early in, where they lost a lot of money, Okay, but you had those gamblers, Now say me, I've never been a big gambler. The only big gamblers going on me is when everybody else is riding on the bus. You know what I'm saying? I have a committee, bus full followers. Just like I follow people, they follow me. And, and that will attract some heavy bettors. So, a lot of our matches, they got into those ridiculous amounts really because we ran into a gambler who was willing enough to put his big paper on the line, and we was willing to match into his big paper. And sometimes it only happens when they don't know. You know, I noticed this: big spenders, they want to know who they running into. They don't want to run into somebody, you know, that's reaching for a lottery bid, and they know that their chances, in a gambler's world, it's his chances, his proximity to winning. And if he's not feeling it, he's not going to do it. But if he see it, you know, ahead of time, he can get out of it. But if he don't see it coming, then, you know, that's when, you know, they really gets kind of mad or try to find a way to get out of it or something like that, you know, because that's what they do. You know, you run into a fast lane kennel, and we sitting up here with a pocketbook because we done ran into you, and you know your chances is not like the lottery. You know, they didn't change all the way from good to oh shit. You know, just based on who you're going into and our winning percentage. Okay. Now, what does the gambler's percentage look like going against somebody whose winning percentage is on the real? Because now that's what we do. We hunt for those kind of guys. Those guys don't like to go looking for us. So we have to go hunt them down because they don't like looking for guys like us. You know what I'm saying? They don't want to deal with guys like us because, you know, their big paper is not what you would call guaranteed as it would be when they go around and pick on, you know, at other people. They know who not to play crazy with, you know. But at times it does happen, and you know, it's always that what the hell, you know, everything is a chance. Once you get a big spender in there, he's got on that grind right there on that spot. Sometimes he has to go here and fall on in because, see, he has to understand he's a gambler. Even though his chances went down, what the hell? He might fuck around there and get me. You know what I'm saying? You know, they get to that. That's how it happened. Bam, fuck it, let's do it, shit. And they end up losing, but, you know, it's still, you know, it's still the fact that, you know, he took the chance, but he knew his odds weren't the same as they were prior to him not knowing who he was going into, that he was going to get that easy bucket that they're used to going after. See, a lot of young guys got a lot of money. They think they got some real dogs, but they really don't. And see, it'd be guys like us that we be stalking the little guys too. We stalking their chains too. But we stalking them because of the fact that we know y'all dogs ain't shit. But these guys are stalking because they want to get your money. So me, I'm willing to come down as low as you want to because I ain't got your kind of money. But if it comes to be that you want to bring that kind of money, I got some people that'll cover all that. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna start off doing what I can lose. You know what I'm saying? There anything else out there, I turn to the audience. You know, I have an audience who's you know, they consist of gamblers. You know, guys are just strictly betting on that percentage. Twin percentages is great, so we're gonna always bet. That's like me with the kennels that I ran with. You know, I ran with them because my percentages, the chances of winning was real high. You know, not bad when you ain't losing a lot, but it's even sweeter when the people you around ain't losing a lot. You know what I'm saying? There's like a little money machine going on. And everybody's kind of eating off everybody. That's why I have so many of them from one city to another city, because I'm going to catch a great one and I'm going to catch that ride with them. You know, and it's that, you know, it's not too many gamblers get a chance to do that. You know, not gamblers, because gamblers are going to always run into guys like me that's not a gambler. I'm just a dog man. You know, I got good dogs, and the people I run with, we got good dogs. So, you know, it's your chances of winning. A lot of times, you know, if we wouldn't be talking about it if I was losing a lot of these chances. You know what I'm saying? you know, or had a hell of a losing record with the bloodline itself. You know, can't win with twin shit. Yeah, that shit raggedy. You know, but you don't hear that. But so you have to understand, you know, if you're not hearing that, then that means I must be relevant enough to sit here and tell you why you're not hearing that. Because that's what it was. Where I was stuck on the dogs, they be stuck on the money. Shout out to my man, JT, coming back through with a damn 10-piece. Appreciate the love, JT. He said one time for Mo. Salute from JT and Shogun Army, baby. Hey, baby, I got you, man. Yeah. 2-piece for my man, Jock Mason, coming in, kicking the dough down, showing the love. Appreciate the love, Jock. Where you been, Jock? What's up, baby? My man, Styles, Kennels, coming in with the 2-piece. Appreciate the love, Styles. So Styles, long time, baby. That's all. There's his shout out. Now, it's all text me in a minute, because shit, that throws me off, man. I get the, what's up, baby? Where you been, man? Where you been? You know, I got to start all over and think about what I was talking about. Okay. Give me a hot second. I'll remember it, man. I ain't trying to advertise what I'm drinking. So, I'm thirsty, though. Hey, yeah. But yeah, it's a funny game, you know, and it really gets that bad. It really does. Like we give all the blessings to those 8-time winners, the 7-time winners, the 9-time winners. They could have stopped at 5. Some of them could have stopped at 3. Okay, but to get out there and carry on. They're not. They're hunters, but they're gambling hunters. You know, when they can take these good dogs and we can just run around the country and just catch those little guys who's got all that money with their heads all big, you know, because everything seemed to be clicking and on them and shit like that. I liked them. I went to a city one time where everybody was calling the dog God. I mean, and there was Godzilla, but they called the dog God. I mean, they had a fan club. Dog had a fan club. I mean, everybody came out to see God. But see, they was all stuck into that gambling world. You know what I'm saying? God was probably doing a damn good job around there, because he got a fan club like down there citywide, you know what I'm saying? But see, he ran into some hunters. He ran into them hunters. Them hunters that really believed in the dogs. You know, he had a backyard full of people riding with us too. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, it was just surprising that they didn't know who we were. They had no idea, because we're in a section here that, you know, go country boys. You know, I'm telling you, we ran into them little sets where these guys was legendary in their little sets. You know what I'm saying? And guys and people that's involved, they be, you know, they believe in that shit. You know, you come up in a zone and y'all know, if y'all was out there raising dogs, y'all got y'all little people in y'all neighborhood, in y'all area, or in y'all vicinity that you know, that y'all look up to, or y'all admire, or you might be that person that everybody look up to and admire yourself. The thing is, you know, that you got a set going on. And see, when that set gets interrupted with some newcomers, then, you know, everybody gonna come out to think, you know, y'all got it down. Y'all knock this shit down. Ain't nobody gonna come up in our little spot and whoop our ass. You know how that shit go. The whole city wanna come see this shit. We always give them a show. You know, there's some people you just don't want to see come to your city. Just keep it real with you. Tell you, and I'm gonna tell you on some real bulldog shit. I honestly believe I won
at least 95% of all my bets in the game. And I'm talking about with Kennels that I'm gonna tell you, I think the last bet I lost, I can think of two quick ones that I lost. I lost the Queen. I didn't know who she was. And I lost to my KP when he took that 9-minute curve that I curved out. And he took her and went to a 2-time winner with this bitch. And I bet against her. And I think them the only 2 times that I lost out there on the circuit on my bandwagon. Yeah, I did. I did lose on one. I lost another good one to Rat. Champion Rat when she lost. She lost to China from the Tennessee Dog Pound. That was a good match though. But again, if he had been listening to his entourage, you got a fan club. We give you your decision. It's your dog and shit. But sometimes when it comes to everybody else's money, I learned that, and I learned a lesson that my decisions can affect other people's pockets. And just like I'm out there making money off of them, I should be able to sit there and protect them sometime with the decisions that I make, especially knowing that I got other people's money on the line. So, I got older and wiser and smarter to that. I try to look out for the people who's running and standing behind me. It's not no solo thing where, I've seen enough damage being done doing that. You know what I'm saying? Like showing no regards to the people that you standing behind you. You know what I'm saying? And that's where you start making those mistakes. Because when Rat lost, she shouldn't have even never been done. I think we were, even still, I think everybody just came to the conclusion, what the hell? But yeah, what the hell? What you mean, what the hell? There's a way you say what the hell. Next time you say, what the hell, man? Get my money out of that shit, Jesse, if you're going to do something that you ain't got no business doing. She's sick. It's obvious. We all see that. Pay the forfeit, let's go home. Everybody's safe. But if you know she's sick and you ain't telling everybody else, and it's a secret to everybody else but you and me, because me and you only ones know, and then we still do it. But everybody else riding on it, and the outcome comes that we lost. I don't think the last thing everybody want to hear is you finally saying, man, I knew she was sick. What you talking about? You knew she was sick. You should have let us know. You know what I'm saying? Me, not my place to tell. I actually refereed the match, so I wasn't going to tell her. I wasn't going to say. But I still put my money on my man. I came there to bet with my friend. I'm going to stay. I'm going to ride or die anyway. I'm going to go out with the samurai sword right along with it. It's not my place to tell everybody, but I think everybody should have knew that she was sick. Some people just be so glad to know that, that they know we in the house and they gonna bet. Those who come, they gonna be betting because they know the chances of y'all winning. Now, you get two great kennels that go into each other, you're gonna see some betting going down. And don't dare talk about the good dogs. You know what I'm saying? The good ones. And how do you know when they're really good? Say when you know when they're really good. Really good. Is when those 85, 90% gamblers run into a real dog man who has a following. Who do you think wins that battle? 90% of the time. They both got a high winning percentage. But whose percentage when we're talking about in height is at 90%? What's the grade? Tell you what the grade look like. There is a grade. See, this grade here is a gambler's grade. He's sucking on everybody who's running loose. Preferably, you don't want to get caught up over here with this grade right here. See, our 90% grade is graded on the greatness of our yards. We remember the names that I speak of. The people that I speak of, this is a grade right here. This is a level. And our 90% level, it's like the Joker to an ace in a deck of cards. You might have an ace, but I got the all-around beater, the Joker. Biggest thing on the board. You know, your ace can be dominant until you run across that Joker. And that's where we used to play. I'm talking about the very old guys that come on this show. And there's more. It's like I said, there's so many other ones out there that I've had a chance to be a part of and see it going down. You know what I'm saying? That it's a grade and it is a level. Yeah, you can go out here and win 8, 9 over here. And, you know, if you stick around there and get too old, you're going to run over here and run into that grade that you ain't really been running into over here. See, that grade and percentage of your percentage wins and all that is in a different grade. Not knocking what you're doing or who you're doing it with. I'm just saying, when you bring that over here and try to compare that to this right here, it was like, you know, when Abraham and them went and said, oh, we got that B class on Pepper. That's why Pepper came in there and smashed her ass. We're going to go down here and, you know, they got the money. They got the eyeballs. They already know about Queen. We don't nobody know who the fuck Queen of Heart is, you know, until we meet Queen of Heart. But look on their version. These boys right here, they're already messing with that level. Remember I told you about that level. That level is the kind of level that they went down there and bought the bitch that even Shady Lady was worried about. Especially after they didn't see Ricky put Lou on Queen and not Shady Lady. You know, to them, the politics was on. Oh, they using Champion Lou instead of Shady Lady. What's that? Testing the waters? Oh, okay. When Lou lose, guess what? Abraham put up that, let's snatch her up. Boom. Now, you know, Ricky then lost with his champion bitch, and that's what he was testing was the waters when he know he got the money. That's like Ricky saying, I'm going after Queen after losing to Lou, knowing how that big that pot gonna be. He ain't gonna do that shit. Don't even believe that bullshit. Y'all can stop saying it. He was not gonna do it. We're talking about something totally different here. He know who he's playing with. We're dealing with that level again. Now you done already took and tested her. You done already tried her ass with Lou. You could have just the same went and got Shady Lady and just started right off the back with her. But you know, you may have had your reasons, you may have had your excuses, maybe it wasn't the time. I'm going to give it to you. But to me, eyeballing it wise, you done already got one of your champions destroyed. Literally destroyed. She's already on it. She made champion doing that. You know what I'm saying? So I'm guaranteeing you with the Abraham's acquiring her, you know, that put it in a bigger task because now, you know, Ricky knows that he has to be very cool about his words because they would oblige him with the quickness. And I'm pretty sure, you know, he would have been the first stop. You want to get some of that money back on Luke because in the meanwhile, we're going to take this bitch and go deal with this bitch up here. We just whooped our ass. But by the way, we'll slide by and check your hand too now, because you know, Ricky was pretty cool with us down there. We done a few teams with him, so it wasn't like he was getting you know, he just slid back in there. You know how you do. When you know you see somebody walking in the room, you don't want them to know you there, so you slide back into that little dark corner until they pass by. Yeah, they going back out. You know what I'm saying? Because that's what they did. They let the Abrahams come on through, grab up Queen, slide on back up to Ohio. Nobody know who Queen is, and go deal with this bitch and just knock their ass out the box. I lost with that one. We've easily proven because I didn't know who the hell she was, you know? You know what? I've given the Abrahams more credit. Well, I mean, how much credit? I remember prior to this, y'all, I didn't see Martell and Radar. I didn't see the Abraham's dogs. I seen they were great dog men. You know, but when you seeing great dog men and you got other great dog men around, you know, they always seem to be going into some of the baddest dudes up in the Michigan area. They all going into each other. Every one of these damn kennels are great kennels.
Remember, King David lost to McNasty.
Yeah, King David. Yeah, we seen King David that night. Yeah, he did. He did. And King David was a good one. But they claimed he was a good one. I mean, you know, what do you claim is, you know, I seen Frankenstein go. Remember, Frankenstein was a good one. Champion Frankenstein to be exact. You know, I seen Taylor go. She was a good one. You know, I just think that they didn't put the right female on Taylor. You know, Taylor was a killer, but she wasn't a shady lady. She wasn't a queen, but she was bred good. And, you know, when you got Mr. T and them, you know, and keeping in mind, y'all, 85% of their matches, they won. So they're looking. You know, remember, we're all looking. We will follow each other to the end of the earth. To come and run into each other, then it's a totally different fucking story. I mean, it really do be. It'd be a totally different story. When they go into each other, you'd be like, oh man, this is when I don't spend a lot of money. But I really don't know who's going to be what. You know, and I've seen them do that, you know, and it's just always been up. Another one was another hard guy to beat, was Frank Bunce. They would call him Bunce and Company. But they was back in the day, Bunce and Company. There was some other people, boy, you don't want to run around and act like you on some other shit and don't even know who you running into. You know what I'm saying? Frank Bunce and them boys in play. So you gotta be real careful. You know, you think you playing with that level. The level that not really better not feel comfortable when you feeling, you know, you got to deal with one of them. I'm telling you. Now, and this is me running around with them. I'm telling you, my money was good. You know, you don't understand. When you run around with a group of guys who all their dogs are famous. We ain't talking about one champion here or there. We talking about a whole bunch of champion dogs and band champions. But I can sit back and just call their names out, call their kennel out, and look at the kennel, and my words cannot be denied. You ain't gonna have one person come up here and tell me that I'm lying or my numbers are wrong. And you know, I get to tapping on shit, you know. If the mic is acting up, let me know, y'all. Because I don't want to lose y'all on this because I'm getting excited. I'm getting ready to get the jitters and shit. You know, money's starting to, man, looking at me all crazy like I'm getting ready to go there. Because I'm trying to tell y'all the truth. These guys did not lose a lot. Very, very, very seldom. The only time that I ever seen it become something great is when they ran into each other. When the great dogs got a chance to run into some great dogs, like Buster going in the Yellow Buck, that was a great match. I'm trying to tell you, most of the people would have believed that Buster was going to be Yellow Buck. And I would have been willing to bet that too. I would have been willing to bet that too, but I was already a Yellow Buck fan. I was already locked in with Stone City. But I've been watching Buster, and Buster been busting ass, okay? And you know, we still trying to question Yellow Buck. Why? Because it was not like he wasn't whooping shit. He was already a big boy himself. He wasn't no Manny size, but you know, he was doing his thing too. You know, and then you got these two dogs called Destroyer, you know, Yellow Buck, you know, they call it Yellow Buck Destroyer too. So, you know, you had the PR boys, Yellow Buck, and then you had Destroyer, then you had Yellow Buck, who they was calling Destroyer. I think some people might have got that little mixed up there and stuff. They both became grand champions too, though. But they just went on ahead and made Yellow Buck. But you know, Jesse used to call him Destroyer. And he was another great dog, you know, and to see him come out on top, you know, with another good kennel, because Ward Kennels another guy, another group of guys back then that you know that you went into them dudes, you was gonna have your hands full. You know, and not too many you rookies running around, you know, that really that didn't take your headshots trying to get in. You're buying from the right people. You're just trying to whoop the wrong people. You know, that's what was happening. Y'all was getting whooped by the wrong people. You know what I mean? You jumping in after these big kennels when you got to learn your lesson, because I've seen a lot of good dogs get messed up. You know, because you went into a kennel that you might have thought you was on that level. You might have had one of your old veterinary and old veteran old dog man put the dog in shape, dog looking good, but you just could not. It just not the same dog gets. Why? Because there's a level here, you know, that it's just guys. There is a level. You gotta understand. I've seen enough of this shit to tell y'all there's a difference. It usually has a lot to do with the gamble. So you run into one of those levels that I'm talking about, this level over here I keep talking about, you know, you best believe if you had a good chance of winning over here, by the time you got over here, them chances got cut literally in half. I wouldn't give it down. Everybody got a good dog. Okay? Let's not talk shit about any dog right now. Because everybody who gets in there and gets in their one corner and you get in that corner, you swear to God, your shit is good. So let's not even make that a point of issue. The only way it becomes a point of issue is when you ain't over there and you talking shit. See, we have to have two full corners for this to be a legit shit talking shit thing. You know what I'm saying? Can't be having one standing there and the other one ain't. But the other one who ain't there, he's still running the goddamn mouth. You can't do that. No, this is when you know. Is when you take and you go into these big kennels and you find out the hard way. But they're not that easy to do. You know, we hear people talk about STP like STP and then wasn't shit. Well, I mean, you could only imagine what person is saying all this. Who is speaking these kind of foolish nonsense? Can guarantee you he's not has matched nowhere close to as many dogs as STP in the boys. No way. There's no way that he got anything anywhere close. Now, if he was like Stinson and Adams and, you know, and them boys back then, like they had Zebra and Art and all them, we'd be on a different talk show here. We're talking about two, you know, two of the same kind. Flinging words, okay? They gonna probably get back in there and do some gladiator shit and get shit out there in the open. But that's not what you're not gonna hear them do that. You don't hear great kennels doing that. You don't hear Tom Gardner shitting on STP. You don't hear McNasty no shooting on STP. You don't hear none of these brothers that we was running around with up in New York and Jersey area shitting on STP. Because all those great grand champions and champions that he was getting and he was winning with, what are you guys trying to say? The man, we knew the man. We knew the crew. You know, and who if you feel that way about him and them and those dogs, all those great dogs, all those winning dogs, you know, that's like Adams in them. You know, they had Zebo and Art and all them. Look at those dogs and Kingfish. That's almost talking about them. That's the level these guys are on. So how in the hell can anybody say anything about any one of those kennels that I just rattled off, and to be able to stand there and we can look at your shit and say, well, you might have a point being you got just as many great dogs as they do. You know, you might be the only one out of a million that got something to say. But if you ain't got shit nowhere close to that, oh, we're gonna eat you up. You starting to brag about your shit and you ain't got, first of all, you ain't got nowhere close to the numbers. See, when you run into us, and when I say us, we are that group, you know, that one group I keep talking about. See, do we have numbers? Because these are what hunters do. How can you not have numbers if you call yourself a hunter? Let's explain that. Don't act like one and don't have no numbers. Hunters have numbers, period. So for somebody who would want to sit back and call STP ain't shit, or Stone City ain't shit, or Hardcore ain't shit, or, you know, the Geno boys, the Jersey boys, the Banner boys, I mean, Southern Kennels, the Mayday dogs, they ain't none of these dogs shit. Okay, these people who saying that, show me your numbers. Show me your numbers. Because I want to be able to take you guys and then take them same numbers and put them to your listeners. The ones where your shit makes sense. Then I'm going to come in there and embarrass you with your own numbers. Because there got to be a reason why somebody would want to listen to you. You might have something in common. I know what it is. Haterade. Haters. Haters and people who want to be in the spotlight or want to be noticed. Because there's no living proof that none of those type of guys can stand there and say they have the numbers. It gives them the right or the accolades to speak up and say STP ain't shit, Stone City ain't shit, Hardcore ain't shit, Go Hard ain't shit. But what do you got then? Since you're the one that ain't nobody shit, then what do you have? Guaranteed, these people here, you need to stop listening to them off the bat and then go do your own check and check their numbers. See? But I don't want to see you feeling embarrassed when you know, because it's real easy to get embarrassed from following what I call fake prophets. Because they're easy to listen to. You know, they're easy to listen to. Even the Bible tell you they be wolves in sheep's clothing because they make it so easy for you guys to feel relevant with them. They make you feel a part of nothing because that's really what you're a part of, nothing. But y'all don't know that. That's why these type of people get people to follow them. Because if you don't know no better, you're gonna follow. You know what I mean? And what's good is a wolf putting on the sheep's clothing if it ain't working, right? There's no need for him to put that shit on. He's putting it on because it works for him. You can get the people to follow him. So you got a lot of those out there, and you fall in that category of, oh, it's just an entertaining thing and it sounds so interesting, then you're sitting in the same bowl of shit. Because that's what it is. Because the bottom line is, who are they to even say that? What are their numbers? Did you check? It was sounding so good to you. I guess I'm going to be asking you now. Did you check to see how many money this motherfucker done did? Who was he to talk about these guys? What the hell does he got? What the hell is he doing? You know what I'm saying? While you standing there getting ready to be a cheerleader, what do you know about him? You know, what makes you feel like he's worthy of listening to where you want to be poking your chest out like you got something to stand behind over there? And you don't even know. He's just sounding good to you, but guess what? It'd be those kind of guys right here, you know, right here. It'd be people like us, you know, that group. You know, it ain't gonna never happen. He's never gonna shut up and put out. That is not gonna happen. It's never gonna happen. So see, we already understand that, you know. That's why we go after the listener. You know, we don't usually mess with them because we have to go. They're not nothing unless they have followers. You know what I mean? Remember how did the wolf do it? He put on the sheep shit, went out there and was humble to everybody, said all the right shit, and everybody loved him and everybody followed him. Then he took them back there in the woods and ate all their asses up. Made them all look like fools. Dumb asses. That's how it works. That's how it works. He wouldn't be able to follow and take in nobody if nobody was listening to him. So he has to have something that's worthy enough for somebody to listen to. And who are these somebodies? Or do we call y'all innocent? Or do we call y'all fools? I don't understand. I'm trying to figure that out. Do we call you innocents or fools? You know, and you never know until after the fact. Remember, you never know during the fact, because you never took the time out to find out who you was following or who you was listening to, or see, or follow, or going along with a story or a situation that carries no merit, really no relevance. Go ahead, Mike.
Big shout out to my man Zachariah23 with the 2-piece. Appreciate the love, fam. He said muscles and hearts and roses, baby.
Muscles, hearts, and roses, baby.
Zachariah23.
Zachariah23, what's up, baby? Thank you, man. I had to bring that back at you, man. Right on time. Well, I don't know what the chat's saying now. I know I'm saying some crazy shit here, you know, but I'm addressing it because we're back into my time. And I'm telling y'all how it was back then, why a lot of these guys stayed in their place. You know what I'm saying? Imagine, I mean, we say what Gamble was doing was not good. One damn thing you got to give it to Gamble, and you got to say Gamble had the right dog. And he just wasn't, DOA wasn't just winning with Virgil. All right? He just wasn't winning with Virgil. He was a bad motherfucker now. Gamble was nothing to play with. It wasn't nothing to play with. Now, he might have had the dunk game down pat. You know, and how many matches y'all gonna be going to where y'all keep seeing these dogs doing crazy shit and ain't nobody putting the get down. Okay? He was another one that won the majority of his matches. Okay? Now, but, you know, come on. If we're gonna sit there and call him a cheater, you know, for real, a cheater. I mean, how many of these things is when he was going into great kennels too? I mean, we're gonna say these great kennels, all this experience, and he's still winning. And all we can say is, yeah, he be pulling that shit. Does he pull it sometimes? Does he pull it all the time? I mean, I can't tell. Because he's whooping a lot of y'all great kennels too. You know, Meister, he was a good dog. He whooped another champion. I can't forget him off the top of my head, but I'm pretty sure somebody else will tell me. But yeah, Roger whooped two good old champion dogs, man. Benny Bacco. He whooped both of them. Okay? Now, these ain't no young youth ass kennels and nothing like that. These ain't no new kids on the block that they don't know. They champions was whooping some nice ass kennels too. You know what I'm saying? So, hey, you know, I've always wondered, you know, for DOA to move around like they was doing, you know, you gotta give them that respect because who are we? No, I wasn't gonna say nothing. I ain't got no dog deal like Virgil. You know, I mean, for everybody to keep on saying he was rubbing shit, I don't know what he was doing, but it don't look like maybe he was just whooping y'all asses who had y'all dogs looking funny. I can't tell. But who am I to speak on it? You know what I'm saying? I mean, for real, how many people is he going to have to whoop before y'all, y'all come up with some logical answers here? We can't keep on saying this over and over, and ain't nobody stop going into the man. Nobody never stopped going into him. Nobody. All that, and Virgil still made dog of the year. Because nobody stopped going into him. You know what I mean? But that's that real shit. See, when you're dealing with real, he was able to go into the real. Okay? I said that about even Fat Bill. I'm always bringing up Fat Bill because Fat Bill and Ozzie Stevens, these guys was, I mean, more often in STP, these guys was more often diving into that New Jack era than any other dog man out there. And let me include Casino, Crenshaw, and all them good old boys. They dared try. It wasn't happening. We was the new kids on the block. We was. And I'm sorry to say this for a lot of you haters, with the tab stuff, you know what I mean? I mean, when the Blackjack and them was doing great, but, the actual tab dogs, when they fell into that New Jack era, that's where the tab dogs really start coming up. Tramping all those dogs, I can say what you want about them, you know what I'm saying? But they were still coming out that New Jack era. These was New Jack boys had these dogs. So a lot of these dogs, actually New Jack dogs. That means they wasn't the good old boy shit. Those times had changed. Good old boys you remember they had their level. They have always had their level. But wasn't but a few of them was willing to cross over to that New Jack era and tested them waters. And they felt that wrath. Kenny Allen felt that wrath. He's a good ass dog man. Was he afraid to go into the ghetto? No, he wasn't. Ozzie Stevens, was he afraid to go into the ghetto? No, he wasn't. Fat Bill, was he afraid to go into the ghetto? No, he wasn't. Got down here in Hargo, was he scared to go into the ghetto? No, he wasn't. But there was the New Jack era. If there was only time for their asses to start losing, that was the time their asses started losing. Okay? Ricky Jones, that was the time when their asses started losing. There was a new era. And it had a lot to do with the actual growth, relevance. See, when you got relevancy becoming a major factor in the game, when we were so relevant, even the James Crenshaws knew who don't go hunting and get caught up by the hunters. You never heard James going to a roadblock. You never heard James going to a hardcore. You never heard James going to a Stone City. You never heard James going to Strictly Business. You never heard James right there in Georgia. You ever going to the Tennessee Dog Pound? Did you ever hear him going into any one of those? Help me here. They all had their place. I even got to give it to Supernat. Supernat, he was another one. He didn't mind going into the. He was not afraid to go up in there and speak up. Matter of fact, he thought it was rather cute to see them New Jack boys getting their hands on them dogs. You know what I'm saying? And making everybody famous. We made David Tank more famous than he was really. Everybody want to say the yellow stuff. But let me remind y'all, you do not want me to pull up the yellow dogs. It wasn't coming, they was coming out of South Carolina, y'all. I mean, between Fletcher and David and Carl, you're right. But guess what? They wasn't the ones doing that shit. Just like the Mayday shit. Oh yeah, they put it out there, but it was that New Jack era with them young boys. The new boys on the block, the new dog man had been groomed up. They wasn't just gamblers. They wasn't gamblers. They really did love the dogs. Before it became, a gambler, drug dealing game where the love of the dogs fell to the side, because that's where it started becoming that. where the gamblers that were dog men weren't dedicated dog men. Okay, you know, they was the ones that, you know, that really made things hard because they was the ones that wasn't taking care of their animals. You know, and it was all about the money with them. You know, and they didn't give a damn about the dogs. They would shit. They had the money to come and buy your shit. You know what I'm saying? I seen guys go out and buy my partner's champion just to go see him lose. Yeah, he bought his champion just to take him out to see him lose, so it would knock him off of him getting his shit off. It sounds crazy, but yeah, that's how they. I mean, I've seen everything. You know, so when they go negotiating, like in the poll, you know, you want to give me, you know, I have this set weight. Okay, I'm 5. I got I'm 40 pounds. All right, I ain't got no business meeting nobody. Nobody at 43 or 44. I mean, I said 40. You know what I'm saying? I didn't say I can try to get down to 37. I didn't say I could probably get down to 38. Why would I want to do all this? You mean you tell me I can't get a 40-pounder that I got to, or I'm such a hater that I got to start going into other people's class? You know, I got to get out of my own class that I'm comfortable in just to go down here to be relevant in a class that I'm taking a chance on losing. Now, you got great dogs out there who will do good for our stupidity. You know, just give that to the dogs. I don't share that with the owner because the owner don't make no damn sense to me. I'm going to still give the credit to the dog and be damn the owner. If you understand what I'm saying. But, I mean, why would you do that? Victor wanted Cody so bad that he let his dog go a terrible week. A terrible week. You know, that's why y'all can talk y'all shit about Manny, but he has to be a badass dog to give up so much weight after being traveled up there and back, and then back up. Already sick. Gave up like 5 pounds, damn near 6, and still pull off a good one. You know what I'm saying? But that's that level. You know, and I give Cody all the props in the world. I give David Tant all the props in the world. But I've seen this before, Dave, when you tried to beat Barracuda. And you needed the assistance of some great dog men, you know, Super Nat and Triple M. That's a good way to do it. A good way to bring it. And they bought a good one. One of yours. But in both instances, you lost. So if there's anybody who had a hard time making this point with his yellow shit, it would have been David Tant, because he could not find the dog to ever beat one of those Manny dogs. No, even though he takes all the point, which he should, yes, without yellow, there would be no Manny. Period. So why would you try to beat the dog anyway? I mean, it's still your blood, your line. I never understood that argument. I never understood the argument between the two kennels like Stone City and Southern Kennels when they're both playing in the same gene pool. They couldn't share the same gene pool. In the end, they both sold a lot of damn dogs. That's for damn sure. Come on. Okay? Okay. I mean, it used to be hardcore in the yellow dogs. Okay? Because, yes, hardcore was probably one of the best out there outside of STP and them that had a line of dogs that could just be, you know, they wasn't just the old normal, like the Ohio boys up there with Adams and them boys, Denson and them guys. You know, they got these great dogs It's not all about them now. Now it's down here in the generalized area of the hood. They got them now. Now all the greatness is coming out of those areas, and they're not just doing it in a centralized area. They spread it everywhere because they had money and they had followings to pick up and get on the road with these dogs. Isn't that how I met so many guys out here? You heard my stories. Because they were getting up and going out here trying to find who was relevant. And in that process, there are always going to be politics, but it's only politics to the unknown. And the unknown always causes the unknown is the ones who don't know. Because those who don't know, they listen to anything. It's just the first thing that makes sense to come into their ears, they get stuck on that. Everything else after that, they slow on the reframing. I can be sitting up there giving a guy bullshit every day, and he can like me so much that, he comes by and cleans up my dog shit. And the whole time, I don't know what the hell I'm saying to him, but I'm really feeding him a bunch of shit because I really don't know my damn self. But this guy right here is so loyal to me, and he believes in everything. He'll sit there and he'll argue with guys and swear to God, he know what he's talking about because this is what I see. But in the long run, you know what I'm saying? And he gets his own yard. Look where he's at. Look where his conversation gonna be. Then what if he runs into somebody like us? We that us. You heard in chapter 1 after God swooped out, it became an us thing. Yeah, that group. So there's a group out there that was an us. And in that us is where a lot of great matches showed up. We had a great history. That New Jack era was a great history because, boy, we didn't ever see so many great dogs coming together. Wasn't no great dog really safe. I mean, even when BB and Banjo came out, the DSK dogs, yeah, they came out, Trina, Lil BB, and all that shit. But once that wind started coming down through there, boy, let me tell you something, them dogs became vulnerable. Ain't nobody gonna swing on the top forever. We can say the same thing about the Mayday dogs. They swung around for a while there. Especially in my time, it was, we was guaranteed. If you was riding a Mayday wagon, you made a lot of damn money. Damn know what they're talking. That's some real shit. I mean, I can tell you now, even when Mr. Lincoln and them had Little John in them, and Mr. Lincoln's a hell of a good killer, but they took a lot of elbows, goddammit, fucking around with us. Now, I'm going to tell you, just keeping it real with you. Man, it took a lot of punches in the head. Their record wasn't no 80-nothing%. You're going to see that, there's a lot of us can sit there and say that we beat Mr. Lincoln. A lot of us. So,
a lot of Mayday dogs off of Mayday that was losing.
Well, they wasn't even losing to Mr. Link didn't have them. They was Little John dogs.
No, I heard a story about, I think a little Jet, a dog off of Mayday. He went 245, but
there's a lot of them that done that. There's some ones that went 2 hours. There's a few of them that went some good distance. Then there was some that quit. But it was more of them that just didn't have the ability. Some of them were just big and just crazy. Remember the one we saw? That boy up there in the land. He did one that night, and I had to catch the plane. The motherfucker was still. I'm trying to get on a plane, and yeah, I'm still at a match. I had to leave, man. Look, whatever happened, man, I got to call my shit because I can't be here to see it finish. I got a plane to catch. I can't see it to see the finish. So if I can't see it to finish, then I can't see it if I'm gonna get paid or I have to pay. So I'm out. But the Mayday dog was still there, and he really didn't have the ability. He was just a crazy ass dog that just continued to scratch. He wasn't trying to win shit because He should have lost early, but because he was just so game, so crazy, they were just really hard to beat. But they were really, the ones coming out of Ecuador. You can compare the numbers. That's all I have to say. I just say I can give you the 15 that was here in the States, and then, my question is, so if Mayday was still throwing dogs, why didn't those numbers stay consistent? You can't start off like this, and all in just the fact of changing places, you're not getting this no more. You're getting some other shit, but it ain't this shit. You know what I'm saying? I mean, why should the numbers have changed just because Mayday went to Ecuador? Because maybe before Mayday left, he was already having problems producing. But then once he got to Ecuador, the old dog game, who doesn't do it, it becomes great.
The Yoki dog was in play. The fakery.
On the fakery. And maybe we can get some decent dogs out of this shit while they doing it, but they sure wasn't getting those numbers that they were getting when they was down here in the States. They sure wasn't getting them twisted Luke Canes and 600s and Brats and Maymays, Noriega. They wasn't getting those kind of dogs once he left. Once he left, there was those kind of dogs. They wasn't coming through. Annabelle. They wasn't coming through. Just believe that. But it's all in. It's all in. It's all in the levels. And, on when I say that, a lot of guys, it's so easy to sit there and pick up your pedigrees and speak in existence in your mindset that your dogs are competitive. I'm talking about in my time. Remember, your dogs is over here with me now, and I'm looking at them and I'm saying, if you're gonna jump out there, stay away from guys like me. You stay away from them because we're not the ones you want to start off with. You understand what I'm saying? I mean, I know y'all got everybody be like, I know, it's hard to, when you got these bulldogs, you be like, fuck it. I did. I lost it. When I first came out, I lost to good Kennels. I mean, I lost to BLB. I lost to B Crest. I lost to Jethro. All these guys got champions and grand champions when they are. But this is who I'm coming out swinging ball bats at.
Yeah, but then we got a chance to go into the Legion.
Then, but see, they took me and cleaned me up. I mean, no need to keep laughing at him because he's a good guy. You can see he's ready. And they cleaned me up, and then they stuck the Legion on me. By then, I was groomed and ready, though. And that was one of my biggest and greatest wins because hardly nobody beats the Legion. Nobody beats the Legion of Doom. You got many great kennels out there, and you're not going to hear too many people saying they beat the Legion of Doom. I can say I beat the Legion of Doom and got best in show. It's one of them things, you know what I'm saying? It's one of them things. But it took the greater good to grab me and go, hey man, come here, man. You got that Pope shit in you. One thing you know, y'all do one in that military thing. Y'all got the eye on the dog. Y'all got the eye. Y'all just gotta learn what to do with that shit before y'all start fucking up, though. You got a good one. You gotta learn how to keep making mistakes with it. I lost to Dust with Dusty, lost with Judo. Them was major shows, right? Now I'm going into these guys that is playing. They in the big league. These are the ones that's getting me around to all these big Detroit guys and Mama and all these boys, and I'm all up in Saginaw, Flint, Romulus, Detroit, all up in New York, Buffalo, Erie. All down there in Jersey, York, Connecticut.
Don't forget Canada.
Don't forget Canada. All up in Canada. Running all in Puerto Rico. You know what I'm saying? All up in the Chi, all up in Wisconsin, up there with Windy City. And I'm just getting around. End up down there in Florida, Georgia, Tennessee, South Carolina, North Carolina, not down in Florida. All up the coast, Virginia. I done seen them all. I done been running around with all these guys and have, you know, if I was a dog pissing on a tree, I done pissed on a lot of damn trees, y'all. I done pissed on a lot of trees, good trees. Trees worthy of pissing on. Trees of greatness and pissed on, I'm pissing on that same tree, god damn it. I've been there. Shit. I swear those bulldogs don't. Understand what I'm saying? I'll piss on this shit too. You know, because we earn that. That's how we get that. That shit wasn't coming by favor. That shit was coming because I was out there chasing it. And I learned a lot and seen a lot. And I've always known where conflict of the game is not good for the game. Is when the gamblers lose the love of the dogs and it becomes all about the gamble. You know, and then you got the infiltration of the haters. You know, I call those infiltrators, I call them infiltrators because they are the ones that, you know, there's more of those here now in the game because everybody's trying to take a seat back. But right now, y'all over here in my area. So feel free to understand that we open out here in this area. Okay, so I'm not gonna hold nothing back. A lot of these guys that was coming into the game just finding it hard to get their hands into that pool of greatness. Because I can tell you a couple kennels, like the Plowboys, they got their hands into that Triple M shit. You see what I'm saying? You know, that's where they came up. Because, you know, once they got into that Triple M, boom, they was in. Look at us. We got our hands into Ace and my KP, he got his hands into some shit that, you know, when he left, he dropped a load of dogs on me to this day. To this day, that was one of the greatest golden goose. The eggs, golden eggs, whole bunch of them, based on, you know, what was dropped in my lap. You know, I can even call that some golden shit. You know, exactly. It can be some shit, golden shit too, because I was able to work with it. And it made me competitive against the very guys that I wanted to be like. I wanted to have their kind of dogs. I wanted to do their kind of things. You know, and I'm sitting here watching them. I'm enjoying them watching, and I'm making some money because I'm standing behind so many great kennels. I'm seeing all the great dogs. I'm sitting here watching history right there in front of me. And whoever thought during the whole process that, you know, while I'm doing all this, that I would be here years later sitting in this chair in front of this camera, you know, literally going back through a time that I literally never seen as being much of nothing until now. When you go back and relive it again, you'd be like, man, well, no wonder. You know, wasn't looking at it like that then. But I can see it now. So that gives me more to even want to give out. I don't want to hold nothing back because there was so much that got plugged in my venture. You know, I was definitely one of the most fortunate dog men that you could ever be around. I can say that I can take that one to the grave. You know, I was definitely blessed. I think the dog gods was really, blessing me. Because I could never be so lucky. I've never heard a dog man yet that's been so lucky. I mean, even when it came down to them taking my yard and trying to put me in prison for 30 years, never been so lucky. Even to come back and be able to sit in this chair, sick and all. Can't say I'm not a lucky man. Getting more love than I ever got during all my years in the games. All these kennels that I know, they all know me. They all tell you that's a good guy. They all say that's my dude. Everybody can say that. But I never felt like them. I never felt like I was, had got to that plateau of them. I never cared. I just felt that, that I had the opportunity to do something like them, like my going hard dog. And cannot say, you don't hear me boasting like I created some mix-ups, some new shit. No, I keep telling y'all I was copying of some of the greatest kennels at that time. And why not? I ain't no dummy. Sure ain't no fucking hater. And when you got it flopping in your lap, like I said, I am being blessed with all the right mentors, all the right people. Everybody wants to grab Twin up and come on, man, and just show me the game. For me to be able to sit down here and just open up a life that I had walked away from and just spill it out here to y'all. How many videos we got now? You know what I'm saying? Look what I'm spilling out. That's how much this game has given to me. And it wasn't like I was running around looking for it to happen. It was just like it was just meant to happen. I was so fortunate and blessed to be so close to some of the greatest dog men and know the difference between a good dog man and a great dog man. And that's for real. You'll know the great ones. You'll know the great ones because the great ones always figure their way out to be over there where the game matters most. Remember what I said, where the game mattered the most. I don't take nothing away from James Crenshaw. He was a bad dude. I don't take nothing away from David Tant. Bad dude. I don't take nothing away from none of them. Timmy Allen, none of them. These were all great dog men. But I give all the utmost respect to the ones who knew the New Jack era was the place to be. And if you notice, all the great stories in the great books stopped. Right there. Right there. James Crenshaw, Rod Stevens, all those great dog books, right there. Boom. Where did we step into the New Jack era? The New Jack era. Oh, you don't hear nothing about the Mayday great dogs. You always keep hearing Mayday's name. Mayday name. We hear a lot of Barracuda. We hear a lot of Blue Cane, but we hear them being called Mayday dog. It's just a line. What about the kennels that had them? It's just, what about the kennels that made the Mayday dogs? Victor might have produced them, but it was the kennels, New Jack Air, that made Mayday famous. Mayday and Victor and Choice and Dragon Lady proved to the world that they were good dogs. Let me make myself clear. Mayday, Choice, and Dragon Lady made the world understand that they were great dogs. All three were champions. Mayday went on to become a grand champion. 2 Little May sisters was nothing to play with. They was definitely not a walk in the park. They really kind of won their matches pretty easily, especially Choice. And, you know, she died in the process going into some great shit. But these are the kind of things that happen. But that still ain't but 3 dogs. 3 dogs. I can say the same thing about Stone City. I can say the same thing about Hardcore. I can say the same thing about Roadblock. Even though I didn't even get into their breeding program because they was everywhere.
Mau.
I was definitely into them. You know, that's like my second family right there when it comes to the dog game. And you know, I had to put, you know, and my major contributors to that, I would have to go with Cheryl Powell, my KP, my silent partner, James Pope, God rest his soul, James Pope, and Ohio Cash. Ohio Cash. There are the vessels that took my heart and took the veins from my heart and spread it to all these other places. They injected me into everybody. If it don't be for those particular guys, those are the ones that brought me in, those are the ones that grew me, those are the ones that built me up, and then those are the ones that they cut me loose into other people for me to grow from. Like from Mau to City Slick to Roadblock to Frank Bunts and the boys, all the way up to the New York family, all the way over to the Buffalo family, you know, working my way all the way back down into the South. You know, the injection was based on the growth that I was given. You know, and those particular guys, they all of them had a part from learning how to read the papers, knowing what I'm looking for in the right dog, knowing how to take care of that dog, because I'm already a dog trainer, so taking care of him wasn't the problem. It's just that I'm not raising guard dogs. I'm raising fighting dogs. You know, and getting that understanding and concept of knowing what a great dog looked like. And the only way I figured that out, I started to read. Remember that. I started to read. Growing Hard Kennels came from growing like Barney. That's where Growing Hard Kennels come from. Yes, Growing Hard Kennels came from me falling in love with the story of growing like Barney. Judo reminded me of growing like Barney. Being Judo, I had a dog like that, badass head dog, that I kind of admired going like Barney because Judo was like going. So, you know, me, I'm going hard. I ain't going light, we going hard, Kennels. That's where we stepped in at, and that's where we rolled from. Upper reading from Stratton books. Looking at those old time dogs. But then when I became a part of the story, I noticed where the story stopped. It stopped right there at the New Jack era where all the greatness happened. I mean, we still talk about Ed Farron. We still talk about, you know, the Wild Side Dog. We still talk about Tom. We still talk about Old Bill. We still talk about Snake Man and Pedro. And we talk about Andy Cap. And, you know, we talk about those guys. But we don't really talk about them Backstreet Blues, really get inside there and really do the breakdown on that real stuff. And how that stuff was able to coordinate its way out of a place where they was stuck in a circle, and was their circle was able to get, you know, we was able to tap in and get the betterment out of those dogs, because there were great dogs over there, but they didn't, you know, they could have been far greater. It could have been far greater. Because everybody's going to have to meet this thing. Everybody's going to have to meet the claw. Remember that level of, them real hunters, true hunters? Remember, we don't care. We don't care. We don't care if you're a gambler and that's all you want to do is gamble. Your love of the dogs is very little. You just want to gamble. We don't care. We'll take you too. Or we'll take the newbie who's trying to learn. We even take you through it too if you got the money, because the only reason you in it is because you love the dogs and you got paper. Most of the time the game consists of drugs and dogs, right? Let's keep it real. It's just, you got the dogs because you got the money. But are you a gambler or are you a real hunter? Because you will run into a real hunter if you're trying to be the gambler. You would try to hide from us. You would try to stay away from it because it's all about the easy money when you're trying to learn. And most gamblers will tell you that. No, boy, you ain't ready for them. Like a boxer. Vontae, you're not ready for this boy yet, Vontae. Not yet. You need more sparring. Maybe you need more. Well, the same thing go with the dog game. You got to bump your head a couple times before you start sticking your head in there. And those who really started early and young in the game and stuck their head in there, they would tell you they got their head slapped around a lot, quick. The ones that had the money would tell you, money can't buy you love. You know what I'm saying?
At some point, you're going to have to sit down and be patient.
Settle down and be patient and work your hand. Because you run into these kennels like these bad boys, like again, Milkman and them, they on their shit was still on and all that shit. Then you got Spike. What happened? Okay, come on, let's keep it real. Stone whooping champions. Okay, what happened to Stone? He ran into them boys. If you don't know who them boys was, then Vietnam was, you were lost. They were hunters.
They don't know about the Vietnam?
They were hunters. And I can say this much. They might have been closer to the 80%, not taking nothing away from Vietnam, but because Vietnam went into all fast lane kennels, period. They picked on fast lane. They didn't care. And they wanted to maintain their quality of dogs. So the only way they enjoyed going into fast lane kennels, period. You always had them going into fast lane kennels, and they made a legacy from the kennels that they went into, win or lose. They won just as much as they lost, but they were going into fast lane kennels. And to me, they're not up amongst some of the more famous names, but they should be amongst some of the greatest names because of the kennels that they went into, because they went into all. I can tell you, they damn near been into everybody. Win or lose. And the negotiation of those two worlds, and what happens when they come together? It doesn't always happen. No, it doesn't. Because they try to keep these two pieces right here apart. The gambler really does not want to mess with us. The gambler wants to run around and he wants to catch y'all young bucks that's got all that money, don't know what the hell y'all doing, keep some good sharp shit on the yard, might not be as talented as he think he is, but it's good enough to beat y'all shit. And that's what they want. They don't want to run into us, this group here. This group here, we open to any and everybody. And those are what we call hunters. Those hunters, they live under a different code, a totally different code. That's all they want. They might carry raccoon hats with tails on, looking like the old Paul Bunyan type. You know, we were hunters. And you find us in Alaska, you find us in the hills of Tennessee, you find us in the walls of Carolina, we were hunters. And them New Jack hunters came from the city walls of the city street. And you hear me talking about these very dogs that y'all don't know nothing about. We're still talking about Floyd Boudreaux. No, Bullies, Jeep, Rascal. I mean, that's all we are here. We don't really dive in and stay on like McCool. We don't talk about McCool enough. Or the McCoys, or the LGs, or the DSKs. You know, we're always
The Bismarcks.
or the Busenbarks. You know, we don't talk enough about those guys. And I wouldn't even say the Busenbark because, you know, they started falling off short when they tried to, you know, the worst thing happened with Busenbark dogs and them Chapman Rattler dogs is when they tried to come into the game. You know, Jeep was on a certain level, y'all. Let me keep it real with y'all. Jeep had a certain level. And he was the old school level. I'm just going to keep it real with you. That's the old school. Jeep was not the new. See, when they took Smiley, and you look at the Smiley's dogs, and then you look at Weirdo's dogs. Now, you remember, these was litter mates. Look at Smiley, and then look at Weirdo. And then you ask yourself, Weirdo was bred a lot because Weirdo was in a marketable position. You know, he was definitely a marketable position. Smiley, he's in one centralized area. And anything and everything that he earned is coming off of one fucking yard. Not by a whole bunch of steps or a brand or a market. No, there's two different situations here. You have the new Jack, then you have the old school. Old school, yeah, he's on the all-around list. He was bred a lot, so a lot of dogs. But then you have his brother, who was bred just a few times, but everything he earned, damn near had just as much as his brother over here. He earned during the New Jack era. The New Jack era. Now you go over there and look over there in that area there with Long Weirdo, and let's see how many of you dogs you're gonna pull out Long Weirdo and bring him over here in this fast goddamn octagon that was going on during that time. You go find me some of them Weirdo dogs back then that was coming into that New Jack era and whooping ass. There's gonna be places you're not gonna see names crossing up. You're going to see faces that they're not going to never see them in the same places. We're going to see the common faces. Like, yeah, it's going to be common to find Ricky Jones in there. It's going to be common to find Fat Bill in there. Win or lose. It's going to be common to find Ozzy in there. You know what I'm saying? It's common to find Kenny in there. These was common places to find those guys. And there's a guys that's over here in a place that you're not going to be wrote about in no book. One time we can talk about the great dogs losing is when they tell us that they lost. And those should be some great matches. And great stories. You know what I'm saying? How we doing tonight, Mike? Am I making any sense out here to anybody? Y'all let me know.
I mean, this is the tightest pull we ever had. Tightest coat we ever had.
I'm like, until the answer that I mean, 3 to 5 too much. 3 to 5 be too much for me. Because now I'm going way out the pocket. I'm accommodating. And I don't remember having no panty on the yard. Now I had brat, and it was look. I skin mine down. Everybody thinks that I bring my dogs too low, but the reason I bring my dogs too low because they bigger than your dogs.
That was
Read this shit.
I had it with.
You can probably still read it. I just can't. I can't see it. And you can't blow it up all you want. I can't see that shit. You can sit on down here and go through it. Man.
No, that was just a story I had. You kind of took care. But I wanted to. That was stories. So many things that led up to the weights and even down to story with Homer and Jeep. We always talked about that. How the Bishop brothers, what would it have been like if they had just made it to CG? What you think?
Well, they was trying to use. The Jeep match fell through twice. The Bishop Boys, the first one was the Bishop Boys, not me. That was the first one. They was betting on trying to bring Angus, if I'm correct. Or maybe that was the second one that was supposed to get Angus in, and Angus did a flip flop. But even in both incidents, Angus had Angus was supposed to be hooked in the Jeep both times. So if the Bishop brothers was, that's what I was saying. If the Bishop brothers was doing anything, they was doing it with Angus. I can tell you that because they was definitely involved, and those Buffalo boys. No, they was pretty well in touch. But yeah, that was Andy Cap. He went West Coast. But you ask the boys up in the local area where Andy actually came from, which was up there in the New York area before he went out west. There was guys who really, Andy Cap became a great dog. But you have guys out there, you can't really call them haters because they have their own they got great dogs too now. Remember I said, don't hate on somebody, you better have something to step up and say, well, who is you? No, I can name a couple of these guys that didn't think much of Andy Cap, but I can sit there and say, well, who is you? And they somebody is worth talking about.
Oh, stop.
I keep telling you, man, gonna kill my baby, man.
Getting rough. She's getting older.
Yeah. I might hate to hear that because she's gonna kill that little dog on there, man. She's gonna get her of growing up and leave a puppy around like that. It happen. I tell these guys still on the show all the time, goddamn, treat pit bulls like they're pit bulls. If you don't, you're gonna learn the hard way. If you try to treat them anything other than like a pit bull, you're gonna have problems. I know everybody heard that. Like, God damn.
Yeah, they probably heard the shit.
I mean, how can you miss that shit? You know, somebody getting smashed. Yeah, that's my puppy getting killed a hot dog. my puppy growing up, she done came in eating. She is on some other shit now. She ain't trying to be no puppy no more. She trying to be a bulldog. Okay, she been that all her life. Now she's, you know, it's like the full moon starting to shine on her, boy. And she is, her and her sister. I keep trying to tell y'all probably gonna hear about these. Like throwing some great dogs, jumping up walls and hitting treadmills and shit. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, but yeah, Bass, some. Go ahead, Mike.
The poll. The poll is, in the past, the American Pit Bull Terrier hunts called weights, and both parties agreed to a weight. How much is too much? A, 1 to 1.5 from pre-keep weight is 29%. B, 1.5 to 2 from pre-keep weight at 21%. C, 2 to 2.5 from pre-keep weight is 22%. And D, 3 to 5 from pre-keep weight, 28%.
That's tight. I'm still trying to figure out what the fuck is pre-keep weight.
You know how we know what we on, you know, we do pre-keep, we kind of know what we going
Well, we know what our dog's weight is.
Right.
Okay. You
So,
just call it his weight.
Right. We can go in from, you going from 40 to 43, depending on which way you want to go.
Oh, okay. Well, I ain't never played with them numbers. I never played with numbers. But I know they, you know, they do that. You know, I mean, like I said, I did something they have no business doing. I did 5 pounds, knowing the dog was 7 pounds and got on the scale. Okay? But some guys just believe in their dogs. Scoundrels to do it all the time.
Well, hell, motherfuckers say 53, you know, motherfuckers say 51, and you're at 53 at pre-keep. Yeah, you do. Because you're going anything from 53 to 50, from 51 to 54.
Pre-keep, that is just his weight. You know, if I don't want it, if I'm a 51, I want to do 51, 52.
Well, I didn't want to say chain weight because that's ridiculous.
Well, it's called, you know, I guess you can call it pre-keep.
Right, because if you're saying chain weight, shit, we got
that's the actual weight. I mean, you're still speaking on the actual weight that you're going to be gambling on.
Well, you're going to get a better look at pre-keep than chain weight. And I didn't want to put chain weight because, hell, all our dogs are big at chain weight.
Pre-keep weight is just, that's always 5 pounds above weight. You just kind of got in that range.
Well, that's why I said 3 to 5. At 3 to 5. That 1 and 2, I mean, what was it to be too much?
3 to 5.
Well, that's why 3 to 5 and 1.5 from 1 to 1.5, 29 and 28.
I don't understand how it could be 1.5 is too much. That's just about right. I wouldn't want to go above that. I wouldn't want to go anywhere between 3 to 5. You know, I mean, what y'all call it pre-keep, I would have to say pit weight. So y'all say pre-keep and pit weight is the same thing. That's the weight that you are picking for them to perform at that night. So if you ain't had your dog down there at that weight, then
that's pre-keep, right?
You're guessing anyway.
At pre-keep, right? Are you going to be at pit weight go through your whole entire keep? Right. That's the part I'm talking about.
Okay,
that's the pre-keep. You're going to know what your goal is. But you're not going to be at 43.
That ain't got a damn thing to do with your ass.
If you say 43, right?
Right.
And you're at pre-keep at 43.
But I'm not going to be at pre-keep.
Okay, that's the point right there. You're not going to be, remember the key is 1 to 2.5 from pre-keep weight.
And what is pre-keep weight? 5
If I say 43, Well, that's where I'm at. That's what the numbers is for. 1, 1.5, 2, 3 to 5.
Well, I mean, it don't have.
When is it too much? In the two, you can be too low. You can go from pre-keep you at 43. You can do a 39. That's 2.5 low. Or you can say 2.5 up. 45. Are you going to go 5 pounds low from your pre-keep, or are you willing to go 5 up in your pre-keep from that number right
I'm
there?
still getting the pre-keep thing.
Picking away at the pre-keep, because you're not going to be at fit weight during peak week.
I wouldn't pick my match weight from anything I'm doing in the pre-keep. I better know what my weight is.
All right, then pick a number.
39.
Okay, I got a 42.
Can't help me.
I got a 37.
Can't help me.
Okay.
I say I got 39.
Take those weights at 2.5. Remember, because you saying it can't help you. But then we're taking 1.5. 1 and 1.5,
but that's
2 to 2.5.
Right, but that's the match weight. When you
they're picking a weight. They're saying,
right.
if we say 43, at what point is going to be too much? You're going to go either, you say 43, but you're not going to, that pre-keep, you're already knowing.
But I don't know, the pre-keep thing has got me.
Well, pick a weight.
Pre-keep has nothing to do with picking your weight.
Okay, so just at pre-keep, what are you going to be telling when you can pick the dog's weight? Let everybody understand that. At pre-keep,
when I'm picking a weight, I didn't already, when you schooling your dog, you ain't gonna be schooling your dog fat and all crazy. You're gonna get down to a manageable weight where you can see your dog and be schooling your dog. You should know what your dog. If I got a dog that's 45 pounds, and that's his chain weight, and I'm talking about, and I'm doing him, then I should be able to look at this dog and say, well, I can match him at 40 pounds, or I can match him at 39. I mean, I'm taking 5 to 5 pounds off, and I can say, well, imaginary, 5 pounds off of this dog, what would he look like? Oh, he look like he could go 40. He's 45 now. He look like he might go 40. No, but that's during his school. You really don't know what they pit weight is. That's where most guys make their mistake, because
that's what we're trying to cover, Paul.
Y'all don't, y'all just picking weights, and you really don't know where to start. When you say pre-keep is just that. The pre-keep is before you pick any weight. You're supposed to go to that 5 fucking pounds and get there first. And get your dog right there and say, now you look at it. You done rode him at this weight. Now, what are you looking at? What are you looking at? How much weight you going to take off this dog to pick his weight?
That's where we at. 1.5 pounds, 2.5 pounds, 3 to 5.
And you can't be 3 to 5. 3 to 5 is still it's not bad.
Okay.
And none of them bad, because I would use all 3 of them.
That's why it's so close.
Right. I would use I would use all 3. Because if I'm 5 pounds overweight, that means I can fall into the 5 to 3, the 2 to 1, to the 1.5 to 2. I can fall in on any one of them, because I'm already at pre-keep, which I'll call them pre-keep, is 5 pounds is the average weight that you want to start your keep off at. You want to be at least 5 pounds above your pit weight. And if you can look at your dog and pick them 5 pounds off and say that's his weight, then you're doing good. Not
right. You wouldn't go
pounds.
from 45 to 50, would you?
What you mean? If I'm at 45?
Yeah. How much is too much?
If I'm 5 pounds at my pit weight, and you try to go 5 pounds above over my set weight, I'm not going to do it. That's crazy.
Right. Now, there's a story.
I'm 5 pounds above my pit weight. Why would I go anything higher than that?
Believe it or not, the Homer Jeep fight, that is what happened. No, the bully son on his second win, on his second one, that's what happened. Bobby was trying to get him on, and he actually went 5 pounds uphill.
Well, I mean, there's guys out there to do that. That's because they gambling. I wouldn't do it.
Right. But that's why I picked
you're
that.
Chasing matches. You chasing matches, you're not going to win.
How much is too much?
Playing that game, period. It's not even too much. You just don't play that game because you're gonna get burnt. You're not gonna have no winning percentage doing that. You can cancel that shit. If you really think that you got them kind of dogs, you'll find out real quick it don't work that way. You got a program, that's not the kind of program you want to play with. Because if you doing bouncing around, you better have an extraordinary dog. You know, and we're still talking about some extraordinary dogs. I mean, for real, these are extraordinary dogs. You know, back then, Bully Cell was a pretty good dog. Or why would he take the advantage and take the disadvantage that he took? Mayday was a pretty good dog. Why did he take the disadvantage that was set in front of him? Because these guys believed in their dogs. But is it the real thing to do? Hell no. Is he doing the fair thing for the dog? Hell no. Are you looking out for the better interests of the dog? Hell no. Ain't got a damn thing. None of that got a damn thing to do with the betterment or the protection of the dog. Now you bouncing around in those ways. You might have a dog that's good enough to win that way.
But we did it with judo. That's where we made our mistake.
Well, that was a stupid ass mistake. I didn't know nothing about the weight. I picked the weight because that's the way he said he was coming at.
Right. That's why I picked that as a poll question, because it's in the story. They did the exact same thing. Picked the wrong weight and he paid for it.
Well, you will get. Just can't do that. And guys,
I think it was Bully Son's second one. Because he had got him on the first one.
Well, he lost the second one. The one he lost to his son. He lost to his son. He didn't lose two. He lost one.
Right.
He lost.
Was it a two-time winner?
To his son?
Bully Son.
Bully Son? I think he was. Bully Son was a two-time winner.
Okay.
I know his son was a champion.
Well, it was his second one that he went 5 pounds up here.
Okay, well, that's the one he lost. He didn't come back and win shit after that because he got killed.
Yeah. Well, that's what the story, because that's the story I had pulled up about how he was trying to get him on and what's name was trying to tell him. Or I think the story's in there. But I was like, okay, now we made that same mistake, not picking the right weight. Can you be too desperate to try to get on and try to make a weight that was impossible?
I mean, he went, okay, see, wait. Good topic. Okay, guess what? That's schoolboy. Well, usually when you do that, big bro, you would, okay, is that an indicator that you're going to call me? I'm just saying. You know, when you send me messages like this, you hear me and Mike getting ready to go off on each other. You hear me up here getting ready to argue with you, schoolboy. You see where we're going with this. Really.
Because I didn't, you know, I do my homework. There's got to be a reason why I do a poll on that kind of stuff, because some people, and we have made that mistake ourselves.
If he was a two-time winner, he lost going for his championship to his son, because that's who he lost to. And he didn't make it home that night. He got killed that day. So if he gave up 5 pounds to go down there to go into his son, you know, he wasn't the only one that got killed, because there was some more bullshit to that. Because
the story is that Bobby was that eager trying to get him on for his second one.
One thing that story did not tell, there was some shit that jumped off in that whole get up, y'all, where, you know, somebody got murdered behind that shit, behind that very match. You know, that story there that we were talking about, that story there did not go into what really.
But it says somebody got shot at a cockfight. It happened in Oklahoma. Mm-hmm. Somebody got shot at a cockfight. And the police had told him, okay, your brother done called in.
Yes, sir. And Big Bro, I told you I knew that was going to happen. I knew once I get the text, I need that. What's up, Big Bro?
Hey, what's happening?
Hey, hold on, Big Bro. Y'all know this is when I see, you know, this is the professor. Yes, the professor has chimed in. Okay. Now
I think it's a good topic. I think it's a good topic.
Well, help us out here.
How much is too much?
It depends on who you ask. That some people won't give up an ounce. Some people give up more, up to 2 pounds, sometimes 3 pounds. But you're right when you said I wouldn't give up nothing. That's the consensus of most people. It's just that everybody has their own idea of what a dog's weight is. That's where it gets kind of, you know, where people argue or have discrepancy, you know.
Tell them, big bro, that they'd be picking
Yeah,
them.
yeah.
If
Now the bully son, I'm just hearing you talk about bully son, right?
yes, sir.
Bully son was a 2-time winner, but they used to advertise him and his brother Eli Jr. They'd go against any dog from 49 to 53 pounds. So they played with his weight a lot, and Eli Jr.'s weight too. Now, when Bully Son lost, he lost to his son. You're right, Benny Bob. Benny Bob was a first time up dog. He was a true 53-pound dog. Bully Son at best was a 49, maybe 50. So Bully Son went up in weight to fight his son, and we all know what happened with that, you know. And then Benny Bob went on to lose to Jimmy Boots in 2 hours and 4 minutes or something like that. And but as far as the weight goes, you know, I say this all the time, you know, in you know, chats and all that stuff. I generally kept my dogs 2 pounds above their pit weight. And again, depending on the conditioner, some of them keep them right at weight or even below weight during pre-keep, because those guys are going to come up in weight. I came down in weight.
Yeah.
And what would happen at the end of my keep, about 2 or 3 days before the show, my dogs will hit their mark. Now they can hold that weight for 2 or 3 days. Any more than 3 days for me wasn't good. But if I can keep them at weight for those 3 days, they're good to go.
Right.
Even 2 days, right? So the question is, you know, what weight do you have your dog before you condition them? And some of it has to do with the weather. If it's hot where you live, like let's say you in Arizona, or you know, August in Louisiana, Texas, like that, New Mexico, they're gonna keep them either at weight or even below weight during the summertime, right? And I used to do that with mine too. They were real close to weight. Some were a little under, right? And they get accustomed to that weight. They're used to carrying that weight. But if you live up north, you know, Great Lakes area, New York and all that, during the wintertime, you know, they might be 5, 6, 7 pounds overweight because it's so cold, right? And then they're going to come down to weight. If you live in that northeast area and you like to keep your dogs at weight or below weight, you're going to keep them inside. You ain't going to have them outside. They'll freeze to death, even if you got insulated house and all that, you know.
Sure, that's true.
So that's the question. Where do you keep your dog's weight? And my advice to people always is practice. Practice where you want your dog's weight at, and monitor their weight in different seasons. And then, you know, choose what weight you think is right for that dog. And then depending on the season, time, how much exercise you give them, pre-keep, all that stuff, figure out where you want to keep them at. Because in all my years, man, nobody kept their dogs the same weight. I know guys that condition the same dog and they got them 2 or 3 pounds above their weight when they do, you know, before they condition them. And the same dog, the same guy will have them at weight when they start their conditioning. So it just depends, you know.
Well, that's it. That's another one I wanted to go over while we on that weight part, about that part right there. Guys don't understand that when you're conditioning your dog, how important controlling the weight is.
Right.
If you don't get it right, you will fail very early in your keep.
Yep. Because you're gonna miss it. You can't, you know, let's say you have an 8-week keep. And let's say you're doing a dog in springtime or fall. If he's 6 or 7 pounds overweight, that might not be enough time to take all that weight off. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So you know, the weather's not that bad. You don't have to have them that heavy, right?
Right.
So you know, they should already be close to their weight. if it's real cold, like I said, you know, you're going to have them heavier, and then you might need a 2 or 4 week pre-keep just to cut their weight down, monitor them, get them used to the, you know, like we talked about before, checking their pads, make sure they don't have any problems, this and that. And then you need a little bit longer time to take that weight off. But some people didn't do that either. They could be freaking 10 pounds overweight, and they're going to cut. They're going to cut their weight quick, man. And most of the time, they just starving them, you know. And then, you know, they get all the fat out of them and all that. But there's just different ways to do it. But as confusing as that sounds, when you have a program and you're used to your program and you're used to adjusting weights and monitoring weights and all like that, you pretty much got it down pat. How am I going to come in on weight? You know, how am I going to make the weight? You already got it set. You know, and I'm like you guys. You know, I never missed weight. I either came right on or a little below. But sometimes I came up in weight on purpose because I didn't care. I wanted to get this guy or something. So I'd given up, you know, 2 pounds. Come up in weight, not giving up, but come up in weight 2 pounds.
Right, just to get on. Just to get on. Just go get one.
Right.
That's right.
Yeah. Yeah, they beat me. I want to get them back. That's all they got. Okay, I'll do it. I don't care. Most of the time, I was okay. I come out on top. A couple of times, you know, it was against my better judgment. I did it anyways, and I lost. So, you know, it's not. But most guys will tell you they don't want to give up not 1 gram. You know, it's just where does that weight fall in their opinion of the dog's weight? Because even within the team, you know, this guy, he's a 43. Nope, I'm going to do him at 42. Another guy, no, I'm going to do him at 44. Like that. There's that much discrepancy in people's opinion of what the true weight of a dog is.
That's so true.
And then most dogs, because of age, they grow a little bit older or whatever the reason is, there's very few dogs that were matched at the same weight all 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 times. That weight fluctuates all the time.
Yep, you know, go back up. I mean, the older they get, it seems like, you know, I had to go up in weight.
Yeah. Always better to do that because they get, even though they may not grow, their bones get denser, their muscles get heavier. Mm-hmm. You know, an older dog, I wouldn't condition them like a younger dog. I'd take it a little more easy on them because you could, you know, problems can arise. You could, you know, screw up a pad or, you know, you push them too hard, you know, and they need more rest and like that, you know. So.
They don't understand that push, though. You know what I'm saying, schoolboy? They really don't.
Yeah.
I think there's to get that part of it, keep down the young guys, you know, because I still get that. Man, are you serious, man? Do you really be doing what you say you be doing? Yeah, I really be doing that. I mean, I know it's hard to believe, but if you know your dog and you know how to read your dog, and you gotta understand, just because we do that doesn't mean that there's not more expectations on how we feed it.
Right. Yeah. And you know, you got to practice it, and you know, like you said, that's the most important part. Read your dog. It's not just, you know, I think he'll make that weight. The dog tells you, you know, how he's feeling, how he's working, how much you can push him, when to back off. And that includes the feed. What type of feed do you give him? Are you feeding them this? You know, you might feed them different in the summer than you do the winter, right? Different type of feed. It's not going to change a whole lot, but you might give them more fat in the winter than you would in the summertime, right? You might use some supplements in the winter that you don't use in the summer, or vice versa.
That's right, because you're going to be definitely burning some different type of shit in the weather.
Exactly. And could be the style of a dog. You know, you might want to feed a barnstormer beef, you know, and maybe one who's not that type, chicken or something, you know, or fish. It just depends, or a combination of all 3 or 2 or whatever. It's just, and you know, it sounds like I'm all over the place, but you know, if you practice over time, you'll know exactly what you're doing, and you'll know what to give them, how to work them, and what weight they should come in at, you know.
Schoolboy, I got a question. Hold on right quick. Shout out to my man, Sir Scrooge, coming in with the 10-piece. He says, salute. I had a question from Eli Monster. He says, Schoolboy, how about traveling weight?
Okay, good question. Thank you, Sir Scrooge, and salute to you, Eli. Again, the general consensus, if you're traveling, let's say you're traveling more than 6 hours, or 10, let's say whatever, the ones I've been on, 1,000 miles, 1,500 miles, 2,000, up to 3,000 miles. I hadn't done it myself, but I used to go with people that did, right? I mentioned this before. I never traveled more than 9 hours. And, here's the thing with traveling. It's the weight matters, and how much over you are matters. So if you're going a great distance like that, 1,000 miles, 1,500 like that, and sometimes even shorter than that, generally people want to be 2 pounds over. But the important thing about traveling, that's one of the important things, weight, how much weight. But the important thing is don't change the program of your dog. Don't change the routine that he's used to doing. So he's used to emptying out at a certain time. You got to stay on that program, even when you travel. And what people have a tendency to do is, because they're traveling, like they're driving, right? Or even if you're flying, they have a tendency to take the dog out every so often, get his legs under him, let him piss, right? That throws your whole fucking weight off, because you didn't do that in keep.
Right.
You didn't take him out 5 times a day to have him piss and shit, right? So that's the most important thing. Don't change the program. Even if you're going 2,000 miles, if he eats at a certain time, that's the time he eats. If he empties at a certain time, you got to make sure he empties at that same time, even if you're traveling.
If he's in that crate all day, then he's gonna be in his crate riding the whole time.
Right. So that tells you that regardless of whatever, he should be used to being in that crate. He should be used to driving in that car, and he should be used to going up and down and here around. And when you put him in the crate, he just settled down. He don't stand up. He don't fight the crate. You got to do all of that beforehand. And I've stressed this over and over and over again. Before I condition any dog, all that stress, all that schooling, all that raising them, all that bringing their instincts out and stressing them and putting them through a bunch of shit, that's already done. So when I put the keep on them, it's not that big a deal to them. They're used to it.
Sure.
They're used to whatever, even traveling. They're used to different surfaces, so they don't get scared walking on cement or grass or whatever. They're used to driving around. They're used to being around a lot of people, a lot of noises, kids jumping around. Nothing affects them. They're focused on what they got to do, so all those outside influences doesn't bother them.
Right.
That's another main thing that people they just have a problem with that. If they don't understand that. It could be bright lights, or it could be the crowd, or it could be different smells, or
What about this? Every so many miles they stop and taking the dog out. I was like, oh man, the dog's gonna be skinny as hell by the time you get there. Oh, these goddamn
he's gonna be 2 pounds under.
Yes, sir.
And not only that, he's dried out, and he's not gonna dump because he don't have any moisture in him to dump. So that's why you see guys sticking Q-tips in their ass and putting twigs and all this shit. Because what happened? You changed the program. You fucked the dog up. You did something to him, and that could throw him off. That'll throw his peak off. It'll throw his going to the bathroom off. Throws everything off. Just that one freaking mistake. And that's what people have a hard time understanding sometimes, because in their mind, they're thinking, man, he's cramped up in that box. I want to get him out and loosen his legs up and all this and that. Well, you didn't do that during keep.
So he was out so long. He all right. It's
all right,
put
shit.
my boy back in there.
If you did your job, he can be in that crate for 8 hours.
8 hours? You said 8. I say 12. I say 12.
12, 24.
Yes, sir. That's
I'll
right,
give you one
'cause
example.
I go
I'll give
8
you another
o'clock to
example.
8 o'clock. That's 12 hours.
Well, exactly. I'll give you another example. And this is because the dog was in good condition, fed right. His program wasn't changed. We traveled about 1,500 miles. And this kid had conditioned the dog. And what he had to do is drive to the border, get on a plane, fly another, 6 hours, whatever. So he got there like a day and a half early, right? He got stuck in customs. They didn't let him out. They didn't let the dog out. Everybody wondering where he's at, this and that. They're calling around, no answer, this and that. So the dog, by the time my buddy got a hold of customs and got him out, that dog had been in the crate for 28 hours. He pissed, shit, wasn't fed, nothing, right? He finally got him out. It was still a day before the show. What they do, they fed him. Next morning, big 11-card show. The dog wins in 44 minutes. Didn't affect him. Broke both shoulders. He won. And why? Because his program wasn't changed. Even though he got fucked around at customs, he was used to being in that crate for hours and hours anyway. Didn't matter. So that's one thing I would advise. Don't change their freaking program, man.
And that's a good
Appreciate that. Hey, I want to do my shout out to Sir Scrooge again, because I noticed I must have been screaming and it came in a little staticky. But big shout out to you, Sir Scrooge, for the 10-piece. And he did say salute to Going Hard and Schoolboys. The only reason I'm repeating that because I was yelling it and it came in staticky, monitoring myself. So I'm going to fix that, make sure my man definitely get his recognition. Appreciate the love. Same to you, Eli Monster. They did hear your question. That part came out all right. But appreciate the love, y'all.
Yeah, salute Sir Scrooge and Eli. Yeah. So it's a good topic, and that's the whole thing, because especially if you're just starting out, you're going to hear advice from this person, that person, this path. Listen to all of it.
Mm-hmm.
If you're going to listen to someone, test it, see if it works. But if you're in keep and maybe you're not that experienced, but you have your program down, this is what I'm going to do, stick with that. Because what people will do, especially the last week, they'll hear these people talking to them. Don't do this, don't do that. Cut back on the water, cut back on the feed, give them more feed, give them more water, give them this, take the supplements away, give them more supplements. Don't feed them any carbs, give them more carb load them, this and that. And what I say, if your program tells you to do certain things, do that. Don't start changing shit up because somebody told you to do something different. Or they tell you, I would never do that. I would never do this. Well, everything that has been advised or ill-advised has been done. So you have to stick to your program, play it out. That way if everything went cool, you did good. Mm-hmm. If there's a screw up, you know what it is because you did it. Yeah. But if you start listening to a bunch of advice, you don't know if it's something you did or something they told you to do. So don't change it and just take whatever comes with it and you'll learn. And if it's a mistake, you correct it.
That last week is a beast. I see most of the time, most guys lose their keep in that last week.
That's where they mess up the most. Even I've seen experienced guys do that because somebody told them, hey, this or that, or it's just some mishap. The dog got a hold of something. I seen a dog get best in show, killing machine. Badass dog. He won in probably 20-something minutes. The next day, he shed out, I ain't kidding you, man, over a foot of a pair of pants. But why could he do that, and still win? Because the dude didn't change the program. He didn't know the things were in there. He thought they were kind of in there because he said, I had a pair of pants lying around and then I don't know what happened to it. Well, the fucking dog got a hold of it. Now, that's a rookie mistake. How is the dog going to get a hold of a pair of pants? But it happened. But because he kept the dog on time, the dog went through the motions and all that, he shit and everything, piss and all that, it didn't affect him. and he just passed it the next day. It's crazy some of the shit these dogs go through,
That's
man.
right.
You
I know
know?
about Rogers. He snatched up a raccoon,
Yeah.
and
Yep.
he was hungry as hell that day because
Yeah.
the wife was trying to get the raccoon away from him by, you know, he killed him, but she's trying to get to him, but he keeps growling at her. I'm at
Mhm.
home, so she's on the phone telling me he won't let me get it, and he's eating the raccoon. So I said,
Yeah.
well, don't let him just eat the damn raccoon. Get the damn rake and stab the raccoon and drag it away. He said, well, he keeps grabbing the rake and growling at me. So by the time I get home, raccoon gone.
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 So for me, if that was me, I just wouldn't feed it. Good. He already ate.
That's exactly what happened. Exactly what happened. You're so
Yeah,
right.
yeah.
Yeah, I did not
Yeah,
feed him. He
yeah.
shit from that night till all that day. He was shitting raccoon. And still
Hair and
made
everything.
weight. And still made
Yeah.
weight.
Yeah. Yeah, I did that one time too, where my son did. He was real young, and I was gone at work. The kids are out playing. He took the dog food, you know, and he just fed the dog. And this dog was in keep. He just fed him as much as the dog could eat. When I got home, that dog was bloated. And I'm like, "What'd you do?" "Well, I fed. He wanted more. I kept feeding." "Okay, whatever." I was mad, but whatever. I didn't feed that dog for 2 days, man. And this was about a week out. And he, you know, he got rid of it. He come in on weight. I won in about 40 minutes. So sometimes shit happens, you know. I've seen all kinds of stuff, man. And it's any little thing could go wrong. When you're lucky, everything goes perfect, smooth, and you ride on time, and you know you're right on time. If you're a little bit off, you know that. If you're way off, you know that too. So you got to make your decision as you go along. But there's some things you just can't. There's nothing you can do about it. A buddy of mine took some dog again. It was about a 1,500-mile trip. Dogs went through. They were fine, acted fine, everything. During the show, his dog started getting blood. And then after the blood come out little pieces of metal. Along with that, there were little pebbles, rocks. And he's like, "What the hell's going on?" It ended up, he was going against morphine, you know, Taco Morphine, which is Enrique Morphine's son. It went to a draw about an hour and a half, but he had no idea where the dog picked that up. How's he going to eat? They look like paper clips, you know, straight paper clip, real tiny pieces of metal. And I don't know where he got it. You know, he could have picked it up on his last walkout, or he could have picked it up the day before. He could have picked it up before we left. Who the hell knows, man? I don't know.
Well, that shit happens, don't it?
Yeah, it does. So, you know, the you know, like you were talking about the guy going into top competition, you know, and he won just as much as he loses, this and that. That happens too. But the fact is, you know, you got to respect people that get in that box. I don't care if you win, lose, draw, whatever, quit, curve, game, whatever. I respect anybody back in my day that stepped over those four walls. Because 90% of the people that are involved with dogs back then, even back then and before then, they didn't do that. They didn't get in there. It's always the same dudes you see, and sometimes you have new guys coming up, and that's the next generation and all that. But it's generally the same dudes. And we can name dozens and dozens of kennels. But going by the numbers, if you match that against how many people actually have dogs, it's a small number. It ain't that many. Could be hundreds of guys, but then you have thousands of guys that have dogs. And it's just, you know, it takes a certain type of person to get in there. You have to be real competitive. You have to want to win. You got to know how to condition. You got to know how to feed. You got to know how to get in the dog's head. You got to know this and that and everything about them. And hopefully when you get in there, you win. If you're good, most of the time you're going to win. You're going to lose every once in a while, the best do, but it don't stop them. And they never feel like they're going to lose. I never felt like I was going to lose when I went in there. I thought I was going to win, and I tried to put that in my dog's head too. We're going to win. We're going to win. You're going to kill him. That's it.
Hey, I got my man Prentice car. I got you, Prentice. He said Red Wallings was the owner of Bully Sound and he was a gambler. It was his decision to take Bully Sound uphill.
Yep. And I interviewed him, and I wish I had the tape. I don't have it anymore, but I interviewed him and Jerry Clemens years and years ago, and he told me all about it. And that's right, Red Wallings did. He told Carver, I don't care if you got to take him in a wheelbarrow or in a ambulance, he's gonna fight. Because Clemens told me Bully Son had chewed through fought a chain link fence, and he still had the stitches in his mouth when he fought Benny Bob. They bred him, right up to the day before his match, and his blood count was 1/3 low. And then he's going into a naturally bigger dog. So I'm not saying, that's an excuse why he lost or whatever, but I'm saying if you do shit like that, you ain't gonna win. I don't care how bad your dog is.
Mm-hmm.
And he was a bad dog. People that see him, you read the reports and people talk about him, he was a monster. And probably Eli Jr. was better. He don't get the accolades because Carver, had Bully Son. But yeah, they weren't that big of a dog. They just felt so confident with them that I'll go up to 53. I don't care what dog it is. But they weren't that big a dog. 49, 50 pounds, both of them. And Eli Jr. was matched at 49, 50. He didn't go up in weight, but his advertisement said he would.
Mm-hmm.
So there's that.
Well, that's
But yeah, it was Red Wallings. He bought the dog. That's who they named Pool Hall Red after. Red Wallings had a bar, and it was called Red's Pool Hall. So they named Miss Pool Hall Red after that bar that belonged to Red Wallings.
No.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah. Just like Honey Bunch. Honey Bunch, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, the Four Top song, Sugar Pie Honey Bunch. They named her after that song.
No.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
I know. I read a story today about when Bobby Hall had Bully Son. When he originally got him, he was just called him Bully, and he said Bully ran up on him and tried to bite him, and he grabbed a shovel and he hit him. And Bully fell down, and he said by the time he got away from him, Bully kept coming at him again. He started butting him in the head with the shovel again. Then he said he had it hit him the third time he hit him, and he got up and he came out there and he looked at him and he said, come here, son. And he said, Bully came up to him and wagged his tail. And he said from that day forward, he called him Bully Son.
Yeah. Because that's a term we always say, come on, son, like that. I didn't hear that story, but I could believe it.
Yeah.
Now the way Bobby says it, he did bite him. He did bite him. He has a scar on his chin where he nicked him, But those dogs were like that. Lester Hughes did the same thing with Zebo. He had to knock him out. Said after he knocked him out, when he came to, he was happy and friendly again, And then Zebo, when he's traveling with him, he ate. They had napped or fell asleep or something. When they woke up, Zebo had pulled his leather belt off of Mountain Man and ate it. He took his belt right off his pants.
Shit,
so,
trust me, I know. Mm-hmm. I lost the whole back seat of a car, a rental. The whole back seat of a rental car, man. Moving Brat's brother. I don't know where they got that chewing up shit at. It must have been from Zebo.
I think sometimes, they know they're not supposed to do something, right? And while you're there, they won't do shit.
No.
As soon as you leave the car, you go out of the room, they tear the whole damn thing up.
I go into the restaurant, give me something to eat, I come back out, man. I'm like, where is the back seat? Where is the back seat? I mean, the damn back seat is gone. I done tore the people's car up, man.
Did the phone go dead?
Oh, no, tell me it didn't. No, I go dead. Got you, big brother. You back? Okay, what this?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I don't know what happened. We got cut off.
Yeah, it just did a shutdown. I don't know what this thing is. Answer or reject the phone coming call prior to placing a new call. Okay, whatever's going on. Okay, you still there? Okay.
Yeah, I'm
Okay,
here.
we back.
I'm here.
Okay, we back.
But yeah, them dogs will do that. You know, they you know what I'm gonna do too. Is I never thought about it, but I'm gonna ask Jim Stinson what happened with Angus. And you know, when he was supposed to go into Jeep, I had him right there, and it never crossed my mind to ask him. But I'm gonna call him and ask him. You know, because they forfeited twice, and everybody knows the story about Ruby and all that stuff. But I'm gonna ask him, was it twice for sure, and what happened, and then what happened with Angus after that, and then what's the story how they borrowed Homer, you know, from Ozzy.
Right, because it was the first match that the Bishop boys up in Buffalo, they was going in on the Angus match. On the first one.
Right.
That was
Right.
the first one. See, it was.
Yeah, and they forfeited that one for whatever reason, and then in the report it says Stinson used it just says Black Dog, and he was supposed to be a 3-time winner, a son of Zebo.
Yep.
And Jeep beat that dog in 2 hours and 5 minutes.
Yep,
Then they did it again, and they forfeited again, and that's when they borrowed Homer and went to 3+ hours against Homer.
Yeah, but see, on the one when they went against Homer, they didn't want to lose that $10,000 lockup.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. And I probably
$10,000
mentioned
lockup.
this before, but late in the match, Crenshaw offered him a draw, and Ozzy said no. And you know, the result was the result. But he did offer him a draw real late in the fight. You know, they didn't go for it. They ended up losing.
That's what they get. I asked somebody for a draw, and they said no too, and that's what happened to them. They lost.
Yeah, sometimes, you know, things, you know, there's karma or whatever, or omens or whatever, you know, they tell you, hey, maybe I should think about this. And you got to think on the fly. You got to be, you know, mindful of everything. Yep. You know, when Jeep come out, he hit him right away. He took his shoulder out, you know. Plus, he was underweight anyways. Homer was.
Yep.
For whatever reason. So that's the first bad thing. Now his shoulder's out in the first 10 or 20 minutes. And then they offer you a draw, and you don't take that either, you know. But they just thought so highly of Homer, you know. And you know, one of my friends was there. He's an old guy now. I don't even know if he's alive. I haven't talked to him in a while. But he said during that whole 3 hours and 45 minutes, Homer never took his eyes off the Jeep. Not once. And he was squalling and hollering, trying to get at him. He couldn't get up. Rolling around and flipping, trying to get up with his chin and all this shit. He just couldn't make it, you know? So, dead game for sure.
Yep. Tell me about the one part where they caught G snoring.
What's that?
What about the part where they caught G snoring on him?
Yeah, just, you know, that's the thing with Jeep is that's why I think they didn't go for the draw, and they didn't, and they thought they could pull it out because Jeep wouldn't finish him. You know, he'd worry him, he'd shake him, he'd drag him around, shake him by the ear. He wouldn't go in for the kill.
Nope.
And that's something that's in Jeep dogs. So I tried to get rid of that as much as I could because I'm a Jeep man. You know, so if my dogs, the ones that had finish, in my mind, that's coming from Honey Bunch, not Jeep. Right. So I concentrated on the Honey Bunch side more than the Jeep side. You know, but he wouldn't finish him, you know, and sometimes he'd let go and this and that. But again, my friend told me, you think he's going to quit? You think he's going to quit? And they take him back and he'd scratch like a freaking bullet and just run across and hit him again. And that's one of the reasons it went so long. So it's kind of like, you know, you see a dog make bad signs. Oh, he's going to quit. He's going to quit. He's going to quit on top, or he's going to give it up, whatever. And then you take it back to the corner, the motherfucker scratches like a bullet.
He had that loose screw. I always call it, you know, I say the Jeep was the first one that I seen that look that I seen in Mayday in them.
Right.
You know, the Mayday dogs got that, you know, you can count on them scratching. There's something wrong with them dogs.
They psychotic.
Yeah. Yeah.
They schizophrenic or something.
Yeah, them Jeep dogs, because I had Goldie. You know, Goldie lost her leg in a match. And I'm telling you, man, she was just like that. Once she got pointed, 3 legs, that dog is going to come across there.
It's gonna go.
And I don't care how long you put her down there. I mean, and I was young in the game. I did her so wrong. But guess what?
Yeah.
She showed me what a real bulldog was.
Right.
She scratched every time. I mean, honest bulldog.
3 legs now.
3 legs.
3 legs.
I wasn't gonna let nothing kill her now. I wasn't gonna let nothing kill her, but as long as she got one to bouncing, I'm gonna make sure she better scoot across the floor. Yeah, man. I used to make a lot of money just letting her scratch.
Yeah, you gotta let it play out, you know.
Yeah.
And they're just insane. They get so worked up, man, and that's I like that about them. If I can control it a little bit, you know, not put them in certain situations or whatever it is, you know, to get them where they don't just get worked up and go nuts before the show, you know. But once they get in there, man, they just insane. They're blind with rage. Yep.
You can see that look. I seen that look.
Yep.
I seen that look.
Yep.
I seen it in Brat's eyes. And I knew Brat was going to be the shit because I'd seen that look before. And I noticed that look. And that look came from that damn Goldie dog that was off the G. She was triple bred G.
Yep.
Triple bred G.
They look right through you, you know. They ain't even looking at you. They looking past you. They just going to go 100 miles an hour, you know. And like you said, if they have to flop around or fall down and get up or whatever, they'll do it. Because they're so caught up in what they're doing, they ain't thinking about being hurt or tired, or they don't give a shit. They think they're winning. They think they're gonna kill you.
Tommy Boy, I seen that look in Puerto Rico when we had Tommy Boy fucked up. That same old look. There go that Jeep look.
That bitch fell
3 times on her face. Didn't have no ass in at all. Neither one of them was up, and she still crawled across that box with that same crazy ass Jeep look.
Yeah, it's there, man. Mr. Rowdy, he did the same thing. His legs were broken. You couldn't even tell they were broken. He didn't care. He scratched like that on them broken legs, wobbly and shit like that. He didn't give a fuck.
See,
you know,
that's how Brad did when she got her leg broke. We kept on doing. I mean, she was broken 2 places. It was just dangling. Shit, Brad was scratching on the broke part of the leg. She was damn, long as she get to that dog.
Yeah, it has a tendency to discourage their opponent too. They're like, "Fuck, they ain't gonna quit. I'm gonna quit. Fuck it. I'm out of here. This bitch crazy. You know?
Yeah.
I'm gonna leave. I'm gonna stop this shit. Fuck that. You know? That's kind of the attitude they have.
But see,
they don't know they're losing.
I'm gonna tell you a story Supernat told me about Angus and Ruby. He said, now you tell me, he said, I had Angus and Charlie on the yard at the same time. I said, oh yeah? He said, yeah, I used to have Angus. Angus was here with me. And I said, well, what happened to Angus? He said, now you tell me something. If you breed a dog to a particular female, and that dog gets loose and he goes past all the other dogs to go to that female, why do you think he went to her?
He had bred her before.
Several times. They have bred Angus and Ruby several times. Supernat said that they even made several breedings with Angus and Ruby while he was on his yard. Because he said that after he did it the first time, he got rid of him and Supernat had him. That's what and Supernat said he started breeding to him, and then they came up again, and he took him home, took Angus home for a minute, and he ended up bringing Angus back. And he said that once he brought Angus back, Angus stayed on his yard for like 4 or 5 years before they came and got him. And then, you know, when he disappeared, he never knew what happened to Angus. But he said that he had Angus like 4 or 5 years after, you know, his incident. But the incident was, you know, he trying to hit Ruby and Ruby trying to fight. You know, and I know that's true. I can see that happening.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
I can definitely see that happening, especially when I looked at the pedigrees and he showed me where, you know, how many times Angus and Ruby had been bred. Well, I'm like, well, goddamn.
Yeah, what do you expect? They flesh and blood. And a lot of times, you know that yourself. The bitches will fight the male, and all the male want to do is breed.
That's and, and yep, and he be getting, man, let me tell you something. May too, they would be fighting and snapping at him. He don't care. He don't care.
Big Red was the same way.
Yep.
Bitches would bite him and like that. He didn't care. He just wanted to breed. You know? I'll tell you another one. I had a buddy, and this guy was experienced, man. And he had gone like 10 in a row, right? Been doing dogs for years, so no excuse. He was working a dog, and he had 2 bitches in heat, right? So he bred. He didn't breed the dog he was conditioning, but it was during the dog's keep. But he bred those females with other males right in front of the dog. The dog got to see it. Not only that, he had the bitches there at his house, so they're dripping all over the cement, this and that. He put her in the crate. She's dripping in the crate. So he finishes the keep. They're going to the show. He puts the dog he's matching in the same crate that he had the bitch in and didn't wash it out, didn't do nothing, man. And he didn't realize all this shit till after he had lost, right? So he's got that dog traveling in that crate, smelling that shit all the way down there. He said when he got there, the dog was foaming at the mouth, chattering his teeth, you know? And the dog had never been bred before, but he'd been exposed to all that. Well, he puts him in the show, and the dog don't start right away. The dog gets bit, and he gets into it. He's winning the fight, man. And the other dog bites him one time. The dog cries. About 5 minutes later, he quit. And he was a good dog. But you put him under those circumstances, man, do you hardly blame him? He wants to fuck. He don't want to fight. And that's all even though he had never been bred before, he was just exposed, watching them dogs breed in front of him, smelling that stuff all over the yard. He didn't wash the yard, didn't bleach the cement, none of that stuff. And then he puts him in the crate where the bitch was. It was pregnant. It was in heat, you know.
When he came out of there shivering his mouth, slobbering and shit, he should have taken him home.
Slobbering and shit.
He should have taken him home.
And, you know, he told me afterwards, I seen him, his teeth were chattering, Richie, he's foaming at the mouth, slobbering and all that. Like, what the hell's wrong? You know, did he get something? I said, no. You didn't watch the crate. He's smelling that shit all the way down. He's in that crate for hours.
He ain't thinking about fighting.
No.
No.
So,
my matter was.
Bullshit. We've all made the mistakes. The best thing we can do is learn from. So, you know, after that, he did the same thing. Anytime a bitch come in, he took them to his friend's house, lived in a different city, you know. But it was a hard lesson to learn. And then he told me, Richard, it wasn't that much money back in the day. It was only like a $500 match, you know. But he goes, I was going to bet $2,000, man. I just said, nah, he's a first-time up dog. I'll wait and see how he does. That's the only thing he did right, was not bet that extra $2,000.
Oh, my goodness. What was you going to say, Mike?
Oh, no, I was going to say, I got a 7-year-old little Mardoodle in my house, right? And she came in heat. Do you know, having that dog around bought my 10-month-old bulldog in the heat at 10 months? No, she's not even. She's 8 or 9 months.
Yeah, it will do that. You know, it's nature. And a lot of people ask for advice. How do I bring my bitch in heat? One of the things is put them by a bitch that's in heat.
Mhm.
That'll help them come in. You can exercise them, you can do whatever. Put them in the spot where a bitch has been in heat. Put her in the chain. Switch dog. Put her in that spot. They'll smell it. It helps them come in. So yeah, I don't doubt that could happen. Even though they're real young. It's just nature.
You better be glad Red ain't right. You better be glad Red or one of them great ones ain't around. She's been bred.
Yeah.
I ain't gonna lie to you.
Yeah, Mike, I wanted to ask you something. The poll you put up, what was the idea behind that?
Actually, the bully son fight.
Oh, okay.
Because that was it. I mean, Rawlings was so anxious that I just thought that was dumb as hell.
Yeah.
And I think Bobby or somebody was trying to talk him out of it.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, that's true. Carver's the one who told him he didn't want to do it.
Okay.
And that's when he told him, I don't care if you got to take him in an ambulance, man, or something like that. I'm paraphrasing, but he said he's gonna fight. But here you have he's the owner of the dog, so you got to basically do what he says. The other thing, he wasn't an experienced dog man.
He was a
like
gambler.
You said, he was just a gambler. He was he had 2 or 3 different businesses, and he was looking at his investment, I think, without thinking, hey, if I pay the forfeit, I'm just going to lose the forfeit. If I go through with it, and what ended up happening, I lost the forfeit, I lost the bet, I lost the dog.
Yeah.
That's one thing people don't think about, They think about, I'm not going to pay a forfeit. I don't want to lose the forfeit. Well, you're going to lose a lot more than that if you lose. Sometimes it plays out where you win, but that's a big gamble you're taking.
More often
you're going to lose your forfeit. You're going to lose everything.
Well, I thought it was a good conversation because it brought up, Mo was talking about it earlier about the gambler part, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then, I'd already had an idea, when it came down to when is too much, and he made that point about, okay, I kind of understood what he was saying because he asked me the same thing you did. Why you pick that? And I was telling, 5 pounds is a lot to be going uphill just because you're trying to get on. I mean, when is too much? I thought coming up 5 pounds was too much. The other dog only had to come down 2 pounds.
Right.
So
yeah, it's way too much.
That's just
especially if it's a small dog. You might be able to get away with it if you got a 60-pound dog, 55-pound dog. Even then, usually the smaller dog loses, even at that weight.
Because look, they're trying
but it's
to
a big difference. 5 pounds is a big difference between a 55-pound dog and a 35-pound dog.
Yeah, they're trying to do Mayday and Yellow Buck. Imagine that. Now, Yellow Buck is 55 pounds, and Mayday's 60. How's that gonna work?
Yeah, 60 plus. Because
60 plus, right?
I think he had
that's his lowest weight.
One, maybe 2 matches were at weight, a specific weight, but the other ones were catch weight, and he was over 60 pounds.
Yes, sir.
So that
he wanted them to bring Yellow Buck in, open and catch weight. So that's a theft.
Yeah.
I mean, are you really that mad that you really want to get Mayday that bad? You're gonna lose. You're gonna lose. I kept on telling you, you're gonna lose. I'm so glad he didn't do it. I like the both dogs. 9
times out of 10, that's what's gonna happen. You're bucking the odds, and it's not. Sometimes our ego or our emotions get the better of us, and we say, "Fuck it, I'm gonna do it."
You're gonna lose more than you win. You play that game, you're gonna lose more than you win. You're gonna learn real quick that that's not the way you do it because you're gonna always be. That's a gambler's work. A real dog man don't do that because he cares about his dog and the welfare of his dog. I don't do it because I care about my dog. I'm not being fair to him.
Right. Yeah, because when it goes south, it ain't the dog's fault. Even if he quits, it ain't the dog's fault. It's your fault.
Right.
You screwed up, and you got to live with that. People think okay, I'll get over it. You don't get over it. 40 years later, I'm still, man, I shouldn't have done that. Man, I shouldn't have done that. Man, I shouldn't have. No.
If you hadn't noticed
it don't go away. There's a famous story with George Sadler, the Mississippi Hawk, right? He was partners with Tudor for a time.
Mm-hmm.
And the thing with him is if you were an ounce over, he would take the forfeit and he would not do it. Now, ounce ain't shit. He still wouldn't do it. He'd take his forfeit and go home. And his thinking was, they knew what the weight was before we got here. They don't make weight, I ain't fighting. He didn't care if it was an ounce.
Me?
Now, you know, if that was me, I'd do it. You know, I don't give a fuck. You know, but you know, look at his record. So you can't knock him for doing that. You know, he very, very rarely lost.
Well, I know toward the end of our career, you know, Mo had, you know, I think he had got to that point to where nobody couldn't get shit on, right? Because you already made a name for yourself. So Mo opened up the show today, and I would say about 20, 30 years later, he still think about that night that we get there and the man 7 pounds over. Not 4, not 3, but 7.
Yeah.
I'm telling Mo,
you know.
Oh man, I'm telling Mo, get the forfeit, let's go home, man. Mo, get the forfeit and say, damn that, man, we gonna do this.
Yeah. Yeah.
I ended up having to pick the dog, had to end up picking him up, but it was still one of them things to where, you know, he still thinks about it right now to this day. He was like, man, Mike, why you let me do that? I said, man, you almost got in a fight about that. You're the one who did it. I walked out on him.
Yeah. Yeah. No, you know, especially as, you know, as you become more experienced, you know, it's not so much a challenge for the dog, it's a challenge for you. Mm-hmm. And you start thinking, well, now I'm going to travel this far. I traveled this far, I'm going to travel farther. Okay, I picked this weight, I'm going to go up a pound. Okay, I'm going to look for a grand champion with my first time up dog. You're challenging yourself. See if I can do this. I'm going to use a shorter keep. I'm going to use this, that. I'm going to try this. I'm going to try that, different stuff. And that's just the competitive nature. That's just our own way of, you know, challenging ourselves.
Mm-hmm.
If it comes out right, you know, if you come out ahead, you're golden. Man, I gave up 7 pounds. I killed that motherfucker still.
Right.
But if it don't, then we're like we're doing now. 40 years later, we're going, shit, shouldn't have done it.
Yeah, and they be talking shit to me too, good boy. They be talking shit to me.
Yeah.
They be talking shit to me. They really do be talking shit. Then the other one was the second one we did him again, right? But this time somebody else conditioning. We go to see him, dog looks sick as hell. Looks sick as hell. No, the dog is sick. That's what I say. I want to see them lose their lockup.
Right.
Yep.
Yep.
Another one got cussed out for.
Yeah.
Same dog. Same dog. Why do you do this to this dog here, man?
Yeah. Why you picking on that dog?
Right. Why do you pick on this dog? Because I know he just ain't.
Look, I'm gonna tell you why, good boy, because Roger Ramjet was a slow starter. I mean, he didn't kick on until he was like 3, 4 years old, and he was on my yard. So when the day he kicked on, I told Mo, you know, we need to go ahead and do him. He's like, Mike, I ain't doing it. I said, come on, man, do it. This one for me. He gets him out there and he smashes. He's a one-time winner now. Come back again, he smashes again. Now he done got a little excited.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But now he can't find nobody to go into him.
Got a little my brother out there smashing shit right behind him. Yeah. He just knocked off the vine. So we can't get nothing down here in Florida. I am just...
Now you pissy.
I'm pissy because I'm wasting keep money. You know what I'm saying? I'm wasting keep time. Everybody keep dropping out. I'm grabbing the first thing coming. God damn it, I'm not wasting this keep. I'm gonna get a goddamn look. Yes, I did it twice. Dog got 2 pickups, 2 game pickup losses, and 2 situations that he should have never been put in. You know, that's when it was time for me to get out.
Yep.
Yeah. Cut your losses.
Yep.
I did this with 2 dogs on the same show. I had a dog that I lost with. He got gamous in show, right? And then I used another one that I bred. The dog I was using, the dog that I lost gamous in show with, came from Don Brout. He was a brother to Brout's Muda, right? I called him Warhead. So he did good. He cut the dog this night. He just got out dog. Picked him up, made a courtesy scratch, all that. He got gamous in show. So I said, I'm gonna do him again. And then I had another dog, young dog, that I bred, right? So we're going to the show, and the one I lost with, what we like to do is face them up, see if they're hot, right?
Mm-hmm.
And the other dog that I bred, he didn't take the ride well. I had a buddy do him. He didn't take the ride well. He puked all that shit. So he was 1.5 pounds light. But we faced him up before the show. The dog that I bred, he's screaming, raring to go. The dog that I had lost with, he turns his face away. And I went ahead with the show. So the one that I had lost with, he quits in 30 minutes, man. The other one, who's 1.5 pounds light, he's going into a 4-time winner. I said, fuck it, we're going to do it. Well, he beat that dog in 1:40. So there's all kinds of shit that happens, One, if it was anybody with sense, you would have said, man, don't do either one of them. One's raring to go, but he's 1.5 pounds light. He got sick on the ride. The other one, he won't even face up, man. I went ahead and did it. That one, he quit that time. And the other one ended up winning. And he beat a 4-time winner. So there's all kinds of shit that can happen. It's on the fly. You do what you want to do, whether it's right or wrong sometimes. In one way, I came out behind because the dog quit, but he was up first. So what I did is I bet everything I had on the second dog, and I made it back, and he ended up winning. But, imagine if he had lost. I'd lost about $5,000. I wasn't a rich guy either, man. But I made it all black plus on that second one just because he was a game dog and he didn't quit.
That's what it was. That games.
Yeah. And he was rough too. Not only that, his teeth were broke, but he was rough. He was getting his ass beat for a little bit, and he'd come on, got in them shoulders, man, got in that throat, and that 4-time winner just quit, man. So, but shit happens, man.
That's for real. Want to give a shout out to my man BB Buckshot coming in with the 5-piece, man.
BB.
Buckshot.
BB said much love to the GH.CH and Schoolboy. Appreciate
Much
the
love,
love,
brother,
BB.
love. Yeah.
Hey, Schoolboy, again, I appreciate you coming in. It was funny because when most see a text, right, you see how he looked at the camera. I guess when I receive these right here, I'll be thinking that you gonna call in, right? I mean, you call in.
Yeah. But when he said that, I got up. I go, oh shit, I better call. I got on the phone, dial right away. Yeah. I just thought it was real interesting because people are always concerned. Well, what weight should I have my dog out? How much weight should I go up, or can I go down in weight and still pull out? And one of the things you can do, and I used to do this in the summertime because they were real hot, is you can have your dogs below weight, right? Under their pit weight, just on the chain like that. And what happens over a period of time, they get used to that weight. They're accustomed to it. So they're not, even though they're a little bit weaker, they're not weak. And once they're used to that weight, if you bring them up to a higher weight, they're strong as hell. But even if you do them at that lower weight, that's how guys get away with bringing them down below the weight they did beforehand. That's how they get away with it, because the dog is accustomed to being at that lower weight, being real thin. And then when they come up a little bit, they're strong as a bull, man. Yeah. I did Clayton Blood like that. His first match was at 40 pounds. He won in 1:39. His second one, I did him at 38. He was perfect, man. He went 2:43, So it's all practicing what you think the weight is. And if a dog's weak, yeah, yeah, wrote it. Wait,
Yeah. I'm
Yeah,
telling you.
I see you kind of, like what's going on, and that's why I asked Mike, what was the idea behind it, and the bully son makes perfect sense because they did come up in weight, and even when he won his two, I think one of them might have been at 49 or 50, but the other one was above his weight. So I think and he won short. He only went 20 minutes one time and 17 minutes the other time. So in their mind, yeah, he could beat any dog close to his weight, even at 53, But Benny Bob, he was a good dog, and it's his own son, and he was a natural 53. And, Bully Son was handicapped from the beginning.
Mm-hmm.
It would have been real hard for him or any dog to go through all that and then come out on top. It ain't gonna happen, Maybe if Bully Son would have been right, he still would have fucking lost. Who knows? Because it's still a 50-pound dog against a 53-pound dog.
Right.
It's a good one,
Exactly.
Because at his weight, Benny Bob, even though he lost, he still went over 2 hours,
But Jimmy
and
Boots,
was a game dog. Was a game dog, and
right.
he beat, So you can't say, well, at 53, if Bully Son was right, he would have won. Nah, maybe not. That just a lot of times when that happens, yeah, your opponent ain't that good. Yeah, they missed the opponent's weight. He's not really a 45-pound dog, even though they did him at 45. And yours is really a 43, so you come up to 45. But your opponent ain't that good. And, sometimes you know it, sometimes you don't know it. You just put the weight out and you get whatever you get.
Mm-hmm.
So it does happen. There's a lot of instances. But my advice is, to people back then, because I even advised people back then, figure out what the weight is and go with that and then see how you do. Then if you want to mess with the weight a little bit, up or down a little bit, then try that.
True.
Yeah.
It's cool, boy. Again, man, I always appreciate when you come through and then, and then still I find it a pleasure and even bring a big smile on my face because I know you back there watching. So when you pop
Yes,
in
sir.
and you hit that little tag thing like that,
Yeah.
because I'm out finna get Mo's ass because he acted like he didn't understand my question, what I was trying to say, man.
Yeah. I saw that, so I thought maybe I'll give him a little bit of help.
Hell yeah, don't understand.
Yeah.
You see, I turned the hammer loose quick too, didn't I?
Yeah.
I jumped off that shit.
Yeah,
I'm still brewing a little bit behind that. What the hell is a pre-keep shit? Got to do some damn weight. You better know the weight before you even get to the pre-keep.
Yeah. The hell you talking about? Yeah. Yeah.
But see, you had to straighten all that out, though, and that was. Thank you so much, cause
yeah.
You know where I was going. I don't be knowing. Schoolboy. Now I ain't never tried to say I was all that when it came to these dogs. I leave that for you and him, right? But you knew which way I was going with this because you stepped right in and got him right. I didn't hear him or argue with you about shit.
I'm not going to. Right. I understood exactly where he took it. I understood.
No, I hear you, but I got to respect, where you're coming from. And like I said, it's a good topic. It's something that people don't really think about. I've talked about it a little bit, but it doesn't really come up, so it has to be asked. Yeah. And maybe there's some bumps in the road. We don't know what the hell we're talking about or, how you phrase the question or the poll or whatever. But we'll get to it. We'll get around to it, We'll converse about it and talk about it. And then, we'll get some good info from it, you know.
You're right.
But I really appreciate it, guys. I'm gonna skip out of here. I got Angie looking at me kind of funny. Maybe she wants something. I don't know. We'll see.
Hey. I ain't gonna say nothing.
You know already. But I had a real good time. You know, if you know, in the future, you know, I'll call in again because you know you come up with some real interesting things. Even though you know we both cover a lot of the same stuff, you know, we have different angles we come through, or a different question comes up, or someone in the chat has a question, you know. So it's always good, man. We kind of, you know, bouncing off each other's ideas and borrowing from each other, and I think that's always a good thing.
But you're the professor. You have to understand that you are the teacher. So I'm never bouncing off of you. Okay, you're giving the crowd, giving my listeners, you're giving them the thumbs up. Okay, that's what you do for me. Okay, because that lets everybody know, Twin, you know what the fuck you talking about. You know why? Because the professor comes in and he dignifies the whole situation by letting him know, everybody else know he's right. And see, that's what I need. Because see, you know, growth for us goes a long way. Now we've been growing up with you for a long time, especially these new cats. You know what I'm saying? So your word goes a long way, and I'm just a new kid on the block that you have gave me so many thumbs up. You know that they don't have no other choice but to catch on. What was your favorite saying?
Yeah.
Oh, I know when there's a bullshitter. I know when you ain't on your shit. And I can tell you about that one. That one right there, he's been around.
Yeah, it takes me about 5 minutes to figure it out, you know, because you can't, you know, like that old saying, you can't fake the funk, you know.
That's right.
You just can't. And I learned some stuff from you guys too, you know, like you were saying about, you know, some of the later guys after I retired, you know, you have Mau Mau, you have Triple M, East Coast Assassin, you got all these guys, even some of the older guys that people don't know about, like the one who had Grand Champion Ace, you know.
Yeah, Super Nat.
Super Nat, Larry Combs, right? Yeah. Nobody, you know, not nobody, but a lot of people never heard of him. He hardly lost.
Yes.
He very, very rarely lost. And he went into all kinds of different people, and he bred his own dogs and all that. So if nothing else, you're bringing those names to the forefront so people can at least think about it, you know. And you know me, I do research and this and that. A lot of them guys, most of them guys you talk about, I've heard about them. I used to follow their careers. I don't know them personally, but they was out there doing the do. And you know, if anybody cares to, they can research all that, you know, through the Sporting Dog Journals and Bits on Pits and all them other mags. You know, they're in there. Sure. And if you would look at the dogs they have, because we generally talk about the same dogs. You're going to talk about Super Nat Ace, you know. Yep. He had a ton of dogs, man.
Yes, he did.
A shitload of them. And same with Mau Mau, Triple M, East Coast Assassin, and, you know, tons of guys. They all slip my mind now because we're talking, but there's a bunch of them. And most of them was going into each other. And then what happens when you do that? Sometimes you trade in dogs with each other, or you back each other up at a show. And then you could still compete against each other, and sometimes you backing each other. And sometimes you trade in dogs, or you breed into their stud, or they're breeding to yours, or they're getting a pup from you, or you trade in dogs.
Yep.
That's the fraternity. That's what we do, or we did, you know. And that's the beauty of it, man. It's still small, like I always say, that the people involved, it's still a small fraternity. But, you know, when you're competitive, you're going to get out there and go for it, man. So I appreciate it, guys. I'm going to skip on out of here and keep doing what you do. I'll keep tuning in, even though I might not comment, but I'll be watching, you know.
Thank you, big bro.
Yeah. All right, brother.
Hey,
you guys take care.
Appreciate the love, fam. Hey, if everybody that understand, if you don't have Schoolboy's new book, you need to get the new book. Represent. We know he the professor. You know what the deal is. You need to have it on your shelf. Gentlemen, support the channel. Support Schoolboy. Get the damn book. I got you, bro. I take care
Thank
of
you.
that for you. All
I
right?
appreciate
got
it.
you.
Man, you need to get the book one day and come on the show and let's go through the book together.
There you go.
You wrote. I started letting them
Yeah.
know. Here, y'all.
I got the book.
Thank you.
And I'm gonna have, and I'll let you know ahead of time because you know I had a book and I'm gonna have all pedigrees lined up and it's gonna set for a great show.
Sounds good,
You
brother.
know, that's me. That's
Appreciate
me working.
it.
That's me working behind the scenes. That's why you said, Mike, what made you?
Yeah,
Mike, what made you come
you're
up
the
with the
master.
pole? You didn't say, Mo, what made you come up with the pole? You said, hey, Mike, what made you come up with the pole? You know who
That's
running
right.
shit around here.
Yeah, you the mastermind behind. You the manager. You know, you the head honcho. You know.
Yeah.
The celebrity is Mo. He's the voice. You know.
Yeah.
He out there. So everybody got their role to play. It works together like a well-oiled machine.
Yes.
And you guys just keep doing what you're doing. So
Thank
much
you.
love, respect, and we'll talk soon, brothers.
Thank you, bro. Thank you so much. Hey, man,
All right,
everybody
take care.
shout out, thumbs up. Everybody, I don't know what y'all do. Y'all do a clap, do something. I want that screen to start moving. Y'all show some love to my big brother.
They been had it moving.
Oh, y'all been moving it? Okay,
Been
because I want to
muscles and
see it.
thumbs up.
Yeah, okay.
Hey, y'all,
Big
fellas,
thing.
y'all do me a favor. As you know, I've been monitoring the mic, so y'all got to excuse me because you know Mo get all happy and everything.
Let's do it.
You know, but I got you. But for right now, I need all my boys to give me them thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up.
That's for my brother, Schoolboy.
Muscles.
Yeah, I mean,
Muscles.
that's right.
Roses.
Throw them roses.
Roses.
Throw them roses.
We need them damn
Throw them
roses.
damn roses.
Hey, again,
Shout out to my
fellas,
brother, man.
the part that y'all did miss was me just promoting Schoolboy's book. If you ain't got it, you need to get it. I'm just telling you. You know, we're gonna be trying to possibly put together a show, and I'm gonna do an interview with Schoolboy. You know, even though, but y'all need to see what's in the book. I just can't believe you guys ain't got that stuff, ain't got them books already. You're supposed to have the books.
Right. Well, I'm just gonna bring the books in, y'all. I just want him to just dive in and just take us through the books, y'all. I mean, I can put the books up here on the screen, and there's so much good information. And you guys, if y'all haven't got the book, y'all really need to get the books. You know, and I can't wait to bring him on the show and go through the book. There ain't nobody doing that around here. We're gonna have to start some of that shit there.
Wild Goose. Wild Mongoose Kennels coming in with the 5-piece. He says, salute to the twins.
What's up, baby?
Salute to Schoolboy. Question, historically speaking, if you got a race at 10, what time should your last feeding be?
Oh, you want to have your feeding, you know, you want to have that all understood before you even get busy.
So, if
You
you're
know,
trying to set that up, what would you say he need to do?
I mean, it depends on how soon you found out you was going to have to go at 10.
Well, what if he started it way back early? What would be a good time that he want to have his feeding on?
At 10.
His last feeding would be at 10?
I mean, when he said his last feeding,
No, he's saying if his race gonna be at 10.
well, you only feed your dog 24 hours before he go.
Okay, so it'll be 10 the day before.
Yeah, you're going to have his last feeding 10, at least 24 hours. So when he dump, you want to have him dumping completely out. Right. Mm-hmm.
Wild Mongoose, that's for you, baby. 24 hours prior.
Right. I don't feed my dog for 24 hours. I try to make sure he's real dump. You know, and I do a lot of weighing, put him on the scale, you know, throughout that day. You know, before I hit the road and everything, I want to know everything. You know, my last feeding, you know, when you feed that dog last, you want to make sure that that last feeding is just as important, because you know you're going to go 24 hours without feeding. Okay, so if you know you're going to be going to 10, then, you know, you should be completely finished by 10, fed out, you know, because he should be emptied out. You know, I wouldn't feed him at 10. You know what I'm saying? I would feed him at 9, knowing I'm going to 10. So that gives you, you know, more than the 24 hours. You want to make sure that the body is completely empty of any type of food on the stomachs. You know, we try to empty them out as much as possible. Okay, so don't be afraid. Don't worry about your dog getting weak and all that shit. Don't worry about that. If you got good condition in him, one day it's not going to kill you. But you need to make sure your dog is empty before you go. So if you're going to go at 10, then I would make my last feeding at 9. You know, and, you know, it's really the sooner the better that you know when you go. So you can make that adjustment that final week when you're resting. You can adjust that feed time. Then, you know, you want to know when you're going to be set to go. I don't like somebody to tell me that I'm working at 11 and finishing up at late in the evening. You know, I don't want to have no 6 o'clock in the afternoon show. But, you know, we're gonna go in the boonies. I need to know way ahead of time, you know, if it's going to be a late night or it's going to be a early night. I need to know. Those are questions that you've got to ask. You know, and I would try to ask those, know that's one of those kind of questions you carry with your toolbox too, when it comes down to y'all getting together with the rules and the agreements on what y'all going to be choosing to do. You know, there's going to be that's a show in itself. Let's get that understanding and agreement before we, you know, get this thing started, because there's so many things that happen right there at that point right there. You know, we're going to cover in some later shows here, you know, about that. That's going to be very important, because I think that's another part of the game. And make everything fall apart if you don't have that part right, historically speaking.
Hey, fellas, appreciate everybody showing me the love. Wild Mongoose, Kennels, I hope that got your question answered, fam. Historically speaking, you got an answer. Hit us up on the back street if you have any more questions, fam. Fellas, I really appreciate everybody hanging out with us on this Tuesday night. But as always, we gotta go. I'm gonna do it like this, Mo. Let me get us back in here on some, hold on.
I like when Schoolboy comes, because
he just pops right in too.
He comes right in, just takes over, man. I love that. I like that, because I be like the student. I guess my little Schoolboy apple and just sit.
Yeah, definitely got him off. Definitely got you off my ass for sure.
For real. Yeah, he was getting raw. I mean, he came in straight and all that out. I appreciate it.
Hey, fellas, let me get over here. Oh, it's been a hell of a hot day around here. It's burning up around here. I feel sorry for you people out there in the middle. Hold on, let me put my thing on here. I like talking through the music when I'm on my way out.
Oh, man, goodness, y'all. I'm just hanging out with y'all guys, and you don't understand. I be.
Hey, fellas, look. I know it's Tuesday night. Hey, big shout out to everybody who donated. Don't forget, the Cash App is right there. Look, ticket running across the bottom. It's not a matter of how much you give, it's the fact that you give, because it's always going to be appreciated. I hope we had a good, you know, the poll turned out pretty good tonight. It was really pretty even. And as you noticed, it really wasn't a wrong answer. It was just basically, you know, you guys got to set your own standards, but you got to also, when making those decisions, you got to understand why you're making it. That's the bottom line right here. You know, everybody got a different way of doing things, but then you better understand why you're doing it. That's why gotta love Schoolboy because you know me and him fit to get into it because he really, I guess he didn't really understand what I was saying because Mo was hard-headed like that because he ain't one of them that's gonna give you shit. He said 43, you better be at 43. He wasn't going nothing, no, we gonna do 43, no, we gonna go up 44, we going down to 42. No, it was what it was and we just never budged, so probably that's why I threw him off because he wasn't on that shit. We ain't gonna have to worry about that. But look, it's an understanding thing, and again, love the Shark Tank doing what y'all do. You know, I was jumping in trying to get a couple good points out there because there was a whole lot of good points in there. Big shout out to, the supporters. And look, fellas, here's the thing. When you support the channels, it does a lot to help us do what we're doing. But guess what? We fixing to drop this merchandise anyway, and I'm going to really be looking for y'all support because, again, with me and my boys conditioned and everything, we're trying to make it to North Carolina. And we're going to be coming with some merchandise, you know what I'm saying? And outside of these doctor's appointments and things like that, we still try to make it to this show. You know what I mean? So, if we can do that for you, I think the lowest you can get is 99 cents. That's okay. Ain't nothing wrong with that. That 99 cents go a long way, especially if you don't have 99 cents. That 99 cents come in handy. That's what I'm saying. And then you notice we ain't putting up no memberships and you ain't going through none of that. We just coming straight out asking y'all support the channel. But we're gonna give you the love regardless because that's the only way we know how to do it. We ain't trying to do nothing else but keep doing what we're doing. Maybe when the time comes, we haven't got there yet, fellas. We still gonna be trying to bring the best show to you, the best knowledge we can, and bring you the love. And again, we're gonna always support the Shark Tank because the Shark Tank supports us. Now we just need our other viewers, to jump on that bandwagon and support the channel so we can do what we gotta do. Cash App sticker runs across the bottom all the time, every show. Even if you're watching the show now and you feel like you want to just donate 99 cents because what's 99 cents? That's all you asking for, 99 cents. I'm going to give them 99 cents. Guess what? You ain't got to look far because all you got to do, you're watching the video already. It says the Cash App information right there. Just go ahead and drop in 99 cents. And you know what? You can even drop in 99 cents on the super chat on the video after the show. All we asking for is we need some support because we're going to show up anyway, some kind of way. But we want to at least show up the way we like to show up. Because when we show up, we try to show up big. You know what I mean? We try to make this an occasion that will be something that we can all remember. Because remember, when we're dead and gone, y'all gonna at least be able to say, and my family and my kids and everybody gonna be able to look and say, this is what they did July 29th, doing what they gotta do, hanging out with their people. Look at it. I wanna let my funeral person, I wanna show all of it, because this is what I love to do. This is what we both love to do, right? And y'all know why we always love to do that? Y'all know why we always like to do that? You know what? Y'all know why we always love to do that. It's that S2W, baby. That's the name of the merchandise. That's the line, fellas. S2W. Scratch the in, baby. This S2W, baby. But y'all gonna love it. I swear to you. We put a lot of time and effort into this. All we need y'all to do is help us make it happen. Because, again, we always, y'all, always scratch the wheel. That's it, baby. Always. If y'all ain't doing that, get that off the channel. Get that curse shit out of here. Leave. Get your shit. Just get your curse shit. Just know what you need to do is just go down to YouTube, go on hard, and delete. That's it. If you ain't doing that, man, get out of here. There's no fakery here. This is real. This is for American people to their fraternity members. Period. Don't throw yourself. Don't think that there's anything else going on over here.
Lost the words. Lost the words.
It is what it is. Don't talk about it. Be about it. Whoa, what's the word? Prove it.
Hey. I'm gonna warn out there for coming out there tonight, y'all. Hope you enjoyed the show. I enjoyed it. Shout out to all my peeps, all my homies. YD, holla at me, man. Sitting out there. Let's see who else I got a shout out to. I got my boy D Mars. What's up, fellas?
My man, Billy.
Billy. Bully, what's up, fam?
My man, Alex. I see you, Alex. I'm trying to get Alex to hit you on the back street, Mo.
Yeah, Alex didn't hit me on the back street. Yeah, what Alex talking about? Yeah, Alex didn't hit me.
Bust it up.
Yes, Alex, I'm up for that. Yes, sir.
You saying Alex, right?
Yeah, this is Alex.
Okay. Who else we have out there? FFT. FTF, I see you, fam. Appreciate the love, fam. If you're still out there, get your hardware, fam. FTF. Kennels in the house.
FTF Kennels, get that hardware, baby.
Appreciate the love, fam.
Welcome to the down shot tank, bro.
Cool Hines, I see you, fam.
Yeah.
Guys, mother lion head. I see you, fam. I couldn't get the shout out in, but you seem to be taking care of that as usual. Doing it the Hasmo way, baby.
That's mine.
I see a lot of my boys up in here. We new! What's up, baby? Calvin! Calvin, I see you, Calvin. Appreciate the love, fam. And as always, who comes sneaking in the back door late with the big 10-piece? Go stay busy! Go! You shut the parking lot down, baby! Go through the love, baby! Go come up in here, man! Like Superman and shit! Goes 850, appreciate the love!
Yo, hey, baby, what's up, baby?
Coming in with the 10-piece! Appreciate the love, man. It just be funny because, my screen start all over and it'll be that big ass yellow ass 850 right there. Right. That Ghost 850 popping in. Appreciate the love, bro.
Always.
You need to quit 850. Ghost, you need to quit that. I'm trying to get used to it. Like, hey, what happened to Ghost? He alright? Appreciate the love, Ghost. As always, fam. Long time supporter, my man. Can't help but love him.
Shout out to all my other podcast fellas out there, Hellcat, Samurai.
California Chrome. I see you, fam. Nebraska boy, Kennels. I see you, fam.
Nebraska boys.
Yeah.
Nebraska boys. What's up, baby?
My man Mike and family LG representing School Country with a band.
Ooh, country. What's up, man? Let's go.
So Screws, appreciate the love, fam. Double in Desmo. And come on, man. Long time supporter, long time family member, long time shark. One of them big bull sharks that hang around the outer core. Swimming, looking for that chum-chum. Go 1927, where you been, fam? Appreciate you showing back up, fam.
What's good, baby?
My man Damon Johnson, I see you, fam. Hey, look, fellas, on your way out, Action Pack Kennels, I see you, fam. Hey, man, on your way out, y'all make sure y'all hit that like button. Sharp. Right now, I see a whole bunch of y'all in there. Them damn likes ain't matching up with the people I notice in the Shark Tank. I need the Sharks to represent. My man Frederick, hi, Bob. What's up, Frederick? My man Tablet.
Tablet, what's up, baby?
My man Tablet, I see you, fam.
There you go. There you go.
This still it. It's still it. What's up, baby?
What's up, baby? It's still it.
It's still it. And we boys because they coming in late, so I gotta get them out there.
Insane honey badger in the house.
Honey badger.
Man, what up, baby?
I gotta forget my man Billy.
Yo, Billy! Billy! What up, damn?
Hey man, y'all stay safe, man. Y'all rock out with us. We'll definitely be catching y'all for Hot Mic Friday. Till then, let's do this.
Love y'all, man.
Always. I ain't messing with that.
fast and then pass it out. Nobody got lost, man.
night, you guys. Appreciate everybody who hung out with us. But you know, we'll be back Friday. Music.